That's good. Yeah. Hey, what time's crew call where I do? I've had no light for 14 days. By the time we get done Saturday, I'll have 3 days, maybe 4. They did bring a cow out for an outlet. teardown. At the teardown last night, you're like, what did we do to this person? Let me guess, what was there instructing you guys to do as such? Hey Jeff, you ain't been with us long enough. wild force. Have fun. Enjoy. Hey.
Donna, y'all aren't poultry, so y'all just stay. Look, let me know we're gone. All right, two, horse.
Horse this way. Hey, guess. Answer speed. Oh, breeze went.
Good, good. Well, I tore stuff in my knee and I had my ankle reconstructed. And then now I have problems with my other heel. I've already had shock. Well, my heel bone isn't curved like it's supposed to be. It's pointed, so it goes into my Achilles tendon. Oh, yeah. They're trying to give me a brace to stretch it out.
She's the best. She scratched this weekend.
It's not working so well.
Testing 1, 2.
Who, Shirley? She's a big, not nice lady.
She is wonderful. She loves pastime. I bet she loves you. And I'll show you.
She's mean.
Welcome to the 2022 Purebred Beef Show. We're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, if everybody can stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're going to start off with the senior walk. Rihanna Brown, she plans to go to ABAC and study to be an agricultural teacher. Brenna Durker, she plans to go to the University of Georgia to major in animal nutrition. Olivia Driscoll, she plans to go to UF and go into the medical field. Dustina Garcia plans to go to Texas A&M and major to be an agricultural teacher. Ainsley Evans plans to go to Georgia and become a rancher. Alexia Trujillo plans to go to Florida Southern to study in veterinarian science. Our judge for today's show is going to be Mr. Jeremy Peak. He's from Warner, Oklahoma. He has 4 grown children, and he was the agricultural commissioner in Oklahoma.
Won't show them clap now because when I get through you, I'll be so excited about clapping. So, and I usually bring my wife so she can take me when I skate. I am flattered to be invited to judge here at Polk County. I've heard a lot about the Polk County show, and you guys do a great job here. I know from the background. My own background, people ask me where I got my education, and I said, I think you mean where I went to school. And I went to school at Oklahoma State University, but I got my education in Dodge City, Kansas, running a feed yard and a packing house in Dodge City. And we also ran yearlings. Right now we run a cow-calf operation at home. We raise some show cattle, and we raise just about every breed and every color. As a matter of fact, I bet you haven't had anyone judge your county show that actually has some Zebus. We have a Zebu heifer that was a reserve national champion about 7 or 8 years ago. So been around them things some. So thank y'all for inviting me here. We'll enjoy it. We'll have a good time. We'll work with the kids. We'll take our time and get to see them all. So we look forward to working with you guys here, and thanks for inviting me.
To start off the show, we are going to start in the Zebu division with females. In the first class, we have Gracie Louise Hurst from New Horizons 4-H.
I need one kid that has some energy. Are you waving at me or come here and do it? Are you waving at somebody else? Hey, are you, come on, you volunteered. You did just stand up waving your hand like a crazy woman. Just waving like crazy. You said, well, I guarantee you in the military, you do that, you're in. You're on the ship going to Alaska, Siberia. So how come your face is so red, honey? There ain't that much sun the last couple of days down here in Florida. There's more sun at home. Seriously, I need someone's got some energy down here. You and hey, get an FFA jacket, come here. Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's a good thing we didn't have the war, you know, the war for independence of you guys. No one wants to fight. There you go. Yeah, give it a big hand, yeah. It's a good thing, son, that you ain't got to be pretty to do this. Me and you make a pretty good pair, though. You're just almost ugly as me. Your job is to take this from me to her and back from her to me. Can you handle that? All right. Okay, now we're started. We're ready to go. In our first class of Zebus, we're going to start with the little gray heifer here. When you look at her, she's just got a little more balance and style to her. She certainly doesn't have the growth that she has, but she has more spring to her rib, a little more balance in there, a little more substance to her as well. Little heifer here, the little black heifer is really, really long-fronted, extremely flat-shouldered, and very, very feminine. We're going to line them up the gray one and the black one today. Oh, where you at, boy? If I got to run you down every time, this ain't going to be good. Now take me over to that girl. Go! Oh. All right, we got a red female here in this next class, and compared to the others that we had earlier, she's extremely long-bodied, and you look at her here and you see that she's also extremely long-fronted. I like the length of her hips. She got the spring, not as deep as maybe other heifers that came out here, but sure, a really nice little red female, young lady. Thank you.
Now entering the ring is Natalie Morris from Haines City Senior FFA and Natalie Salzar from Dundee Ridge Academy FFA.
Max Boyd is the one that volunteered to come out here and help. I think he's ready to quit now. These two little females are extraordinarily different. When you analyze those, there's not a whole lot of similarities between the two, except the color may be the most similar part you have. I recognize I'm using the smaller female, but at the same time, I'm using the one that, if put into range conditions, would have a little more adaptability. Big old spring to her rib, you gotta appreciate that, and she actually has just a tad more muscle too. I like to grow in the second place heifer. I love the length of the second place heifer, but just like to balance her up just a tad. Thank you, young ladies.
Now entering the ring for Class 4 is Madison Brown from Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA. For Class 5, we have Ash Reed from Haines City Senior, FFA. From Class 6, we have Brenna Durker from Haines City Senior, FFA. For Class 7, we have Kaylee Best from Haines City Senior, FFA.
No, I just wondered if there was an next item we could get that tonight.
All right, we're gonna have to keep Max, I'm gonna get him on the track team and get him a little more limber, get him going faster. These are 4 heifers that are representing 4 different classes, so we'll talk about each one of them individually, then we'll bring them back out when we do the champion drive. The light gray heifer up here, first off, this young lady kind of knows how to show one. You guys are doing the Zebus, if you show like her, she kind of got the idea about how to do it right. She's a good thing here. This heifer is really long, again, we talk about that, she's really angular in her makeup, she's very, very feminine in her appearance. The next heifer is just smooth. She's just a classy piece of machinery. She's got all the class and style that you want to find in one. Long, balanced extremely well, got some muscle to her as well. Still got some spring to her rib, not only depth, sure like the classiness of that female. This little heifer here walks just a little bit jammed up, but golly, look at the middle in her. That's kind of, I don't care whether you have a Zebu or a Hereford or a Simmental or a Brahman, this is the way you kind of want the middle to be. She's got the middle just exactly right. And she has some power. She just kind of moves a little bit restricted. This heifer that comes next year has got a lot of growth to her. She's really long body, she's heavier weight, and she's probably the heaviest muscle female we've seen today. When you read her down her top, she's got a big old wide top at her. You appreciate that, even though most folks don't talk about top. I think muscle is still important. That's the part I eat, is the muscle part, but she has that. She's very, very long body, pretty good female when she comes out there too. Nice one, young lady. Thank you.
Now entering the ring is Class 7. Dustina Garcia from Haines City Senior, FFA, and Davinia Smith from Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA.
We've got two really good horn females here. They're not alike in their kind, but they're sure quite similar as far as their quality is concerned. When we look at these two horn females, and the more mature one here on the right is the one that we're going to lead off with. And she's got the stretch to her front end. She's got the stretch to her body. When you get down to her udder, which is important when you get to cattle this age, she's got an udder that I like. It's level. The teeth aren't too large, but they're large enough, and she's got some muscle and power. She still moves well. Young lady with the second place heifer, her heifer actually has more capacity than the big heifer does. She's got more depth as compared to her body size, both in her forerib and her flank, and that certainly is an advantage for her. But that's a nice pair of females out here in this class. Thank you.
Now entering the ring for Class 8 is Brendan Silva from Lakewell Senior FFA.
Well, look at this little black female with a little calf that she's got her side. You know, the only trouble you have when you have a cattle like this, you go out there in the pasture and find a baby calf you might think is a jackrabbit. Instead of a calf. These things are little, and they sure ought to come awfully easy. This female, analyzing her, she gives some milk, and I know, how old is that baby? A month old? About a month old. Okay. So the cow's giving some milk, and it's kind of hard. If a cow's doing what she's supposed to do, she'll take condition away from her body to give it to the calf to make the milk with, and she must be doing that. The little calf looks all right, too. Little heifer here that's a little bit thinner, but still, when you look at her, what there is there, she really has that. We're talking about the capacity. She really has that spring to her rib in the middle. You can see she has some rib shape to her. She's really neat and feminine up to her front end. And a little calf on her side is pretty dadgum good. So we'll be interested to see what that looks like next year, huh? All right, thank you.
For Class 9, we have Gracie Louise Hurst from New Horizons 4-H and Alexia Trujillo from Haines City Senior FFA.
These cattle are about the same age. We've got a cow-calf pair here with a big old growthy calf, and the paint-colored female here hasn't calved yet. And certainly having the calf at the side that's that old is a tremendous advantage. If you're in the real cattle business, you know, you want them to get up there and have a calf, and if they have one earlier, that'll mean an extra calf or two in their reproductive lifetime, so it is important. The other thing that's important up here, and we are starting here, is the red calf that she's got is good. That's not just a calf, that's a good little calf that she's got. I like the paint heifer too. To be candid with you, I like the color. She's got a tremendous amount of stretch. It's difficult to see her move, but one thing for all you folks that are showing these Zebus, that girl shows them right. Show like she does. Show like she does. She shows the way it ought to be. And I don't care whether you're showing a Zebu or a Brahman or a Simmental or anything else. She kind of got the right thing. She uses the stick correctly, got herself in the right place. She handles things the way she ought to be handling it. We're going to place them first, the cow-calf pair, and second, the painted female right here in front of us.
Coming back in the ring for Grand Drive Zebu female is Riley Leonard from Farm Fresh 4-H, Natalie Morris, Haines City Senior FFA, Madison Brown, Dundee Ridge Academy FFA, Ash Reed, Haines City Senior FFA, Brenna Durker, Haines City Senior FFA, Kaylee Best, Haines City Senior FFA, Dustina Garcia, Haines City Senior FFA, and Brendan Silva, Lakewell Senior FFA.
In all seriousness, I appreciate Max getting out here and volunteering to help us and letting us have a little bit of fun. Guys, I've enjoyed judging your Zebu female show. You've had a really good show. The quality is sure plenty good, and I think you can take them a lot of places. And as I said, my granddaughter had the reserve national champion, Zebu female, 5 or 6 years ago. So we've been around them some. The quality here is sure good. And for you folks in the stands, there doesn't seem to be a standard as far as what size is ideal. I've asked that several times with the people who breed them and raise them, and I don't seem to get a straight answer on that. Out here in this deal, and whether we're starting up here with the little red heifer, and she starts by herself and has some quality, she belongs on the cow back here at the back, so that's a cow-calf pair that's also being considered. Regardless of where we were, we had a pretty good one to start in any class you wanted to. But as you can see, there are some phenotypic differences, the way they appear, and that's not bad, because if you want to start making some changes in any breed, if you don't have some differences, you can't make changes. I'm not going to take any longer. I appreciate what the kids have done. I appreciate you guys here at the county and what you're doing with this deal. Our champion out here in the Zebu deal is going to be the big gray heifer right here in front of me. This young lady brings her heifer right in here, and we talked about it in class. And remember, we talked about how much depth she's got. And if you look all the way through this entire group, that's the deepest bodied female in the entire group. If you're people like me and where I am in Oklahoma, we run some pretty rough country, lots of hills and lots of briars, and sometimes they got to find the grass between the big old rocks that are sticking up in the ground, and kind of hard to find it. So it's important that we have cattle that'll fleshing up easy, and that one sure does that. Reserve champion becomes considerably more difficult for me as we analyze what there is out here. And whether you want to take it, we talked about this heifer, I don't know whether you remember or not, we talked about her being really fancy. Young lady's loving on her right there. She's a fancy looking rip. She's just extremely classy in the way she is. We'd like to put more depth in her. Young lady, would you turn your red heifer sideways? There you go. Or whether you go up here, the little red heifer that belongs with that cow at the very back, she too has some style and some class to her. You've got the ones like the young lady right here in front of me, has the big old middle, and we talked about her, and the young lady 279 that has a middle in them. The reserve champion gets to be considerably more difficult for me. The cow on the far end down here, when you analyze her, she doesn't have near as much condition on her, but she's milking for a calf too. And she's milking for a big old calf. It would be different if the big calf wasn't good, but the big calf that she's got on that far end is a good female. Just having a calf, that's important, but having a good calf, that's what's tough. All we're doing when we're analyzing cattle is trying to anticipate what they're breeding stock in, trying to anticipate what they'll be and what they're going to do when they become females. So she's already got the proof with her. So it makes it tough when we get here. I like that situation awfully well. I'd sure like to change the cow just a tad. Even though I've done all that talking, I'm going to use for my reserve champion, the female right here in the middle, 203.
Now entering the ring for Zebu Bulls Class 1, Brody Kaufman, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA. Peyton L. Davidson, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA. Elianis Campos, Haines City Senior, FFA. Yamoa Gale, Haines City Senior, FFA.
These are all single entry bull calves, so we'll talk about them individually. The little red bull here is extremely difficult to analyze. He's about the longest haired little zebu that I've maybe ever seen. Sure, long fronted, like to put just a little more substance to him, but awfully small. The star-headed bull that we have next, again, we talked about the extension of the females, and we like to have extension in the bulls as well. Like to make him just a tad more masculine, I guess, but when you get to him, again, we've talked about the middle in the females. The bulls are the same way. It gives them greater durability. Little bull that comes here next, and he grows up there and gets a little bit bigger, he can get pretty dadgum good. He's kind of got that balance and style to him when you get there. He's got some class to him. The bigger he gets, I think the better he's going to be and the more he matures. Young lady has in class 4 here, has a bull that has a tremendous amount of shape. You can actually see some shape to his round. You get up over the top, you can see some shape to his top. He's very muscular, has a big old middle in him. He's sure got an awful lot of quality. So these are 4 entries in 4 different classes, so they're all class winners. Thank you.
Now entering the ring for Class 5, Matthew Bath, Lake Gibson Middle, FFA, Brendan Silva, Lake Wells Senior, FFA.
Back home where I'm from, Chakotah, Oklahoma is really my hometown. It's known as the steer wrestling, or we call it bulldogging, the bulldogging capital of the world. This little boy right here, he ain't got a whole lot of weight to him, but he's got the right idea. He sets his heels, gets that old critter stopped by setting those heels in there. We look at these 2 bulls, and I think it's quite evident the bull to use. First thing you want to look at bull calves, obviously, is their testicular size and whether they're going to mature. He has some testicles. He's a heavier muscle bull, big old top in him, big old thick butt in him, and some shape to his round. He still has the middle. The only thing you like to give him maybe is just a little bit better attitude. He kind of reminds me of my mother-in-law, just a little bit. My mother-in-law kind of acts like that. My wife is not here right now, but if she needs to be told that, I'll tell her myself, so y'all won't be ratting on me, okay? The little dark-colored bull right here has some advantages to that bull in some ways, and that is the length he has. And again, I hope that I'm not, people talk about calving ease, and birth weight is important in calving ease, but also the makeup of the front end is extremely important too. This little dark-colored bull has that extreme extension up there, has a lot of length to his hip. You get out there with him, not as big and not as mature. As he matures, it may be more competitive, okay? Thank you.
Now entering the ring for Class 6, Jasmine Bilano, Haines City Senior, FFA, Evangelina Garcia, Haines City Senior, FFA.
Again, I want to emphasize to you that as much as I talk to the folks on the Zebu deal, I can't find what's the ideal size. And perhaps if we had an ideal size, that would make it different in what you look at out here. First thing I'll tell you is both these bulls have a lot of quality. So whether we have the smaller bull, he's a quality bull. Style, balance, eye appeal, looks right, balances up right, got a lot of quality to him. The bigger bull obviously is more massive. He looks much more mature. His horn size, his horn growth, the base of his horn, everything tells you he looks more mature and older. And he's got more to him because of that. And with that much size, I don't care if you two girls were in a fight, which we're not going to do. But if you two girls, you kind of got a disadvantage because you're little. She's bigger than you are, you know, she's much taller than you are. So that's kind of the way this deal is here. We're going to use the larger bull. It's going to be first place in this class. The little bull is going to be second. But don't misunderstand, I like the quality of the little bull too.
Now entering the ring for Class 7, Dustina Garcia, Haines City Senior, FFA. For Class 8, Emily Huggins, Haines City Senior, FFA.
These are two single entries, and I'm glad of that. I'm anxious to see what I'm going to do when I come out in the champion drive. These are single entries that both have a tremendous amount of quality, and beyond that, they've still got some muscle, they've got some structural correctness, they've got a lot of things you like about them when you get there too. So I'm glad they're single entries. I'm not going to compare the two, but it's obvious for those on the side. You can see we got a big middle in this bull calf here. Again, that's important. When you go out there and you have a situation, you can just keep more of them on less territory. In this cattle, you can run a whole bunch of them in a little bit of territory. And when you look up there, for you folks that are up there high, when you look down the top of either one of these bulls, but look down the top of this bull, those are up there. Look at that laying in there right there. That's muscle on each side of that. It doesn't pop up there unless it's muscle, so he's got some top in him as well. The bull here has more angulation. He's longer made and everything about him just a little bit longer. But again, we're not comparing. We'll have to again the grand drive. Could perhaps put some more middle in him, but that's being critical of one that sure makes an awfully nice picture. Really long bodied, long hip, has some shape to the round. When you get to the side, he too has some muscle when you get up there on the top. A really nice silhouette when you get here and look at this bull too. So both of these win their class. We'll come back at the grand drive, the champion drive, and see what we have.
Coming back in the ring for Zebu Bulls Grand Drive, Brody Kaufman, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA, Peyton L. Davidson, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA, Elianis Campos, Haines City Senior, FFA, Yamoya Gale, Haines City Senior, FFA, Matthew Bath, Lake Gibson Middle, FFA, Evangelina Garcia, Haines City Senior, FFA, Dustina Garcia, Haines City Senior, FFA. Emily Huggins, Haines City Senior, FFA.
The young man down here, entry number 202, I don't know whether I should praise him for being so dadgum tough or chew his butt out for not working on him harder at home. I will tell you this though, because if that's like my mother-in-law, it don't make a damn how much you work with him. Pardon my language, by the way. In California, I kicked a hog in the belly one time because his hogs were fighting and the kids were putting their hand down between the hogs, which is a real, real bad place to put your hand. So I drop kicked that hog. I could have kicked him about 75 yards. I was in California, kind of like you folks in Florida. Y'all got some tree huggers down here, and they did out there. And they sent someone down the ring and told me, said, there are some people that didn't like you kicking that hog in the belly. So I went ahead and judged the rest of the class. I said, I tell you what you do. I did it on the microphone. I said, whoever those people was that don't want me kicking that hog in the belly, y'all come down here and break up that hog fight. Didn't have any volunteers, none. So this young man, he's got a lot of patience and a lot of toughness as he gets there, and he's got a nice little bull calf when you look at him too. He's extremely well balanced and very stylish, and one of them that I like. This is a pretty rugged decision for me, and again, for you guys that are raising these things, I wish you'd give me a standard for size, but I haven't been able to get one of those. But for me, the bull that fits the silhouette, fits the total dimension of what I like the best. It's not going to be the biggest, growthiest one in here, but it's going to be the one I think has the best total package, and it's going to be the calf on the far end here, heavy champion. Don't look over there in the stands, they can't do a thing for you. Okay, right there. There you go. Now then, reserve champion is difficult. The champion was difficult. If you want to come out here and say, well, Jerry, you're just crazier than heck, okay, it's a tough thing. The little bull that came next, he's the one that's got the most mass to him of anything out here. He's the most masculine, the most middle, and for his size, he's got the most muscle of anything. And that's saying a lot. He is pretty jammed up, even when we get in here for this breed, he's still jammed up just a tad. So then we come down to be honest with you, the calf here that's really long and he got some streamline to him, or I think the young lady's larger bull calf here. This is just a struggle for me because I really kind of want to go to the smaller bull that we have over here. I sure like the way that he's made. I like the parts of the stretch, the extension we have to the bigger bull. I'm going to go ahead and go to the bigger bull here for reserve.
Now entering the ring, Brahma Females Class 1. Gracie Cruz, Frostproof Middle FFA. Madison Detter, Haines City Senior FFA. Chasey McCrimmon, Bartow Senior FFA.
Okay, this first Brahman class is a good place for you guys that are here waiting. Tell the other folks out there. When you come into class and they're going to set them into the rail, you want to come out here far enough where they can go in straight. I don't care if it's a kid that's 10 years old or an adult. If they come in right here, they have a hard time getting them in straight, and they want to turn them at an angle like that. So the ring man's going to have you come in walking out here. We're going to take them in straight to the rail, and we're going to stay about 4 feet off the rail. Okie doke, pass that along. All right, thank you.
Don't drop it. Don't mess up.
Max, you're going to do this. Never lose sight of the judge. That's a parade heifer. Well, we have a set of heifers here that really don't want to act right, and that makes it difficult for the kids when they're out here. This heifer we're starting with here is just good. I don't care whether she's in Polk County, Florida, or if she's in Houston County, Texas, where I judge. I get to judge quite a few Brahman shows, and this one's a pretty dadgum good one. She's got the style and balance and eye peel, and a tremendous amount of growth to go along with that. She's got some muscle, and you know, you'll have judges that won't talk about muscle in heifers, and I still think they have to have enough of it. This heifer has more than enough, and she sure doesn't have too much. If you were to change her, you'd change her up here in her shoulder, wouldn't you? That's not, I think, that's not a surprise because we have that kind of power and that kind of middle. You may get some shoulder, she still balances out. The difficult decision is between second and third. They're obviously exactly opposite in their kinds, and they're both good. We went ahead and used the big old tall female, although I question the amount of depth that she has. I'd like to have her have more broodiness to her middle. I'd like to see just a tad more condition. But what saves her is she's just a year old, and I really don't want to see them fat when they're a year old. And so condition is all right. Heifers is in third. She's a better made female, actually. She's got the middle in her. She's gonna live easier when we turn them out in range conditions like we do at home. We turn them loose. She's got the rib, and she's got the depth, and she's deeper in her flanks. She's in her full rib. She may just be a little bit sudden. She may get matured a little bit quickly. A really, really, really nice set of three females to start the class with. To start the day with. Thank you.
Good job, Madison. Good job, Marinsky. Good girl.
Now entering the ring, Class 2 Brahma females, Hubble, Keller, Lake Gibson, FFA.
This red-tinted female is another good one when you bring her out here, and she kind of has the traits that you had in second and third in the last class and got them put together. And she still moves really easy. She steps out there and moves just very smooth and easily. As she gets there, she has a stride. She flexes her knees. She flexes her hock when you get there. She's still balanced up, and she's still very powerful to go along with that. Really, really high-quality female. And I recognize the next decision I'm going to have to make today is going to be a really tough one. Thank you. Nice female. Thus far, this young lady has held herself together awfully well in a bad situation. When I'm in other states, I tell you what I would tell people. I would tell people that I think that heifer must be from Florida because I just heard that little girl call her Sunny Beach. That isn't exactly what she said, but it's kind of close. Well, since I'm in Florida, that might not work quite as well. I wanted to roll them out there, and we're going to continue to head them up this way when we bring them in profile because they aren't seeing that gate to go out, so we're going to head them that way, and that's why we changed that. Normally we wouldn't change things. As we look at these two females, you can see they're different in their kinds, but they're both extremely good. You come to Polk County Fair, and I guarantee you I'm going to judge a show that the Brahmas, that if I were at a regional show or even a national show, and I got to judge a Supreme heifers at Cattlemen's Congress about a week ago in the Brahma division. This heifer over here sure got more growth to her. She's got more length and extension to her. The thing we get a little concerned about with her is I would sure change her down there from her ankle to her foot. You can see on the far side there, she gets rigid on that left, and I've tried to let her move. I think if she relaxes, maybe that gets better, but she just gets pretty rigid on that thing, and it is a little bit of a concern. But guys, golly, she presents a nice profile, and as compared to the heifer over here, she sure has the extension. The heifer here has more broodiness and more depth, and she's the one that has more adaptability in range conditions. When you get there, she's the one that's going to be there. You turn her loose, and she's going to do better on less supplementation and still raise a calf when we get there. Both of them would change up here in her shoulders a little bit, but the red-tinted heifer does move easier. She's sounder at the ground, not necessarily bigger-footed. I'd sure argue with that because I think the bigger-footed heifer is the one that's back there. I'll talk about the navel in the females because just like I talk about the sheath in the bulls because that's also heritable, and I sure like the navel on the light-colored heifer better than I do the one that's over here. This gets to be a close placing, and primarily it's because of travel and structure. I sure like the silhouette in the gray heifer here. I'm a little concerned that she rolls out on those legs, on those feet when she gets down at the ground. We get there, it's just a tough placing. I'm going to go ahead and use this gray heifer and hope that her legs and feet stay under. And then there's second place in there. We'll bring her out. You'll remember this young lady is heifer from class, and we talked about the extension and growth that she's got. We'd like to make her just a tad deeper. The red-tinted heifer is going to be reserved pretty handily out here.
Calf Reserve Grand Champion, Hubble Keller. For Class 1, we have Brentley West, show in, out 4H. For Class 2, Hoyt Keller, show in, out 4H.
These two Brahman females are single entries. They each win their class. I'm really glad of that. I don't have to make up my mind how to place them until we come back out in the champion drive. The lighter colored female here, you can see the length that she has. She really has a long hip in comparison to her body, and that's a good thing if you look at her. A lot of bone as you find on her down at the ground, the big old foot. She got the depth of body to go with that. I would tighten her up in her navel flap just a tad. The dark gray heifer here has a lot of spring as far as her rib is concerned. She's tight in that navel flap, but she too is more than ample down at the ground on her foot. She's got a foot that has a lot of slope and angle to her pastures, which indicates she probably should move well, and she does move well. Look at the muscle on her, and again, you're quite impressed with the muscle that she has, the middle body that she has, and the tightness, as I said, up there in her navel. Young man, I'd jerk her head up just a little bit more. What you're going to find, I'm around a lot of Brahman cattle. We use Brahman crosses and all derivatives of the Brahman in our commercial operation. But regardless of what you have for you guys that are showing right now, the style is to get their head up, and I mean crank their old heads up because that's what they like. Two really nice females that win their individual classes, and guys, Polk County, if you don't realize this, you're having a Brahman show, and probably if there were 9 more in each one of their classes, it'd still probably be first. This is a pretty tough deal.
For Class 3, we have Carlin Facini, Tenorok Senior FFA, Madison Keller, Showmanship 4-H, Wyatt Oaks, County Ridge 4-H.
regardless of what I do with this trio of females, there's going to be a really good one that's going to stand in third. All right, this young man figured out what we were talking about. We're going to start with a red heifer up here, tremendously extended, again, a tremendous silhouette. She's extremely chiseled about her head, and that looks extremely feminine, bleeding back into a neck and a shoulder with angulation that you'd like to find. The thing I'm seeing is that, like I said last week, or wherever it was, the Cattlemen's Congress a couple of weeks ago maybe, when I helped judge the Supreme thing, the judges I had were accustomed to looking at continental cattle and English cattle, and they want to make them level or hip. I think you folks on the Brahman breed be a little bit careful. You're getting a lot of those English type judges and they're making them a little bit too leveled up. So we're going to be first right over here with the red heifer. Extension really good up front. Second and third, again, we're going to have different types. We're going to go with the young man's heifer. And come over here, son. Going with this young man's heifer. When he got over the side, and I said, son, what would you change about her? He said, she's got 1 foot a little bit too far back. He was exactly right. I just want him to see that. Bring her over here. This is the massive heifer in the class. This is the one with the big old foot on her and the big old bone you've got, and a lot of muscle. She's way, plenty fat. She kind of looks like me, maybe a little fatter than she needs to be, except that she's also good. And you know, when you get onto that, that's one of those kind of deals that when I turn her out in the pasture and I don't have to feed her but a pound a cube, and I'm feeding everything else 3 pounds, you know, I'm going to like that awfully well. Just a tremendous amount of rib and volume and body in this female, you like her good. Pretty, and I'm not just talking about Madison here, by the way, I'm talking about the heifer too. And Madison, by the way, Madison, for you boys, Madison says she doesn't have a boyfriend. So for all you guys, got a pretty young blonde here that says she doesn't have a boyfriend. Now, I don't happen to believe her, just so you know. But we talked about some showmanship stuff. This is a truly extended female. This is the one that as you look at her, look at the extension she's got, and look at the ground, and she's got a lot of bone, a lot of depth. As you can see, just a little more streamlined than we'd like to have. Maybe deeper up just a tad, but gosh, don't get onto her for a silhouette because she's a pretty thing to look at. Thank you.
Now entering the ring, Class 4, Riley West, showing out 4-H. This heifer brings to mind
Well, I coached the judging team for 27 years at Conner State College. We got along pretty good. They've come up with some things that they say at these judging contests that are kind of concerning. They talk about setting a cow in motion. I've never heard a rancher tell someone to go to the backside and set those cattle in motion back to corrals. We're going to drive them, we're going to move them, we're going to do something, but we're not going to set them in motion. But when you set her in motion, she moves really nice. She's really easy the way she comes out there. Not only does she move nice, but you get her there, you turn her sideways, and she just cuts out the right kind of outline that you'd like to have with her. As you see the different parts, she's the kind that you go out there and it's pretty hard to beat her because there's just nothing wrong with it necessarily. Could she have more of something? Yes. Could she have less of something? Yes. But to say there's something wrong, got to be a little bit careful right there. This medium gray female is awfully good we have out there. Anxious to see her come back. We do the champion drive for the intermediate.
Coming back in the ring for final drive, Brinley West, showing out 4H, Hoyt Keller, showing out 4H, Carlin Facente, Tenorock Senior FFA, Riley West, showing out 4H.
You know, that heifer probably weighs 1,300, 1,350. That girl weighs not very much. That's a tough fight. You think that's easy to get her and take a piece of this yourself. It's not very easy. We talked about each one of these as we come out here, and this is the intermediate division. Again, guys, you're just having a tremendous Brahman show here. I'm loving looking at them. I love being around good kids, and I enjoy looking at good cattle. We've talked about them already in class, and I'll admit that the heifer I'm going to use is certainly not the best moving heifer in the class, and that's probably the biggest thing I would change about her out here in this division. They look a little different when I put them all together than I thought they might. The big heifer is going to be champion out here in this deal. Now, she was standing there by herself. There wasn't anything else in the class with her. We got to come back here for reserve champion, and boy, this gets a pretty rank as well. I've got two gray heifers that I like awfully, awfully well. They're the kind you go out there and make a living with in the real world because they've got some fleshing ability to them. You go out there and take it, they're going to make a living, they're going to live for you regardless of what there is. Of course, with that comes, we'd like to make them look just a tad better, a little more balanced to them, a style. But gosh, if you get a chance to have this kind of cattle on your place, you want to have one on your place. I'm going to use the red heifer, though, for reserve champion out here in this deal, and certainly not because of her attitude.
For intermediate grand, we have Riley West. For intermediate reserved, we have Carlin Facente. For Class 1, we have Augustus Lightsey, Kirsten McCrae, and Zybe Stein.
If you ain't having fun, you're at the wrong place. This young man right here in front of me came with a big old smile on his face like, I'm at the Polk County Fair, by golly. That's the deal. Now, the young man over here on my far right, he's got some young ladies up here coaching him on showmanship, and son, you darn sure need it, by the way. You keep on listening. You keep on listening to him because that ain't nowhere close to having that cow set up. As a matter of fact, if you'll just turn her loose, she'll set herself up better than that. Now, some of y'all think I'm pretty harsh, and I shouldn't say that kind of thing, but that's the only way we're going to get better. We don't know. Okay, in this class, some of you want to say, well, this is easy because I've got this big old heifer to start with. Well, it's not so easy. Yes, she's a big one, and yes, she's a growthy one. She's the one that has a lot of middle to her, and she's going to flesh it up pretty easy, but this thing gets a lot closer than that. And that's why she does get there, though, because she does have so much grow, and to have that much middle and butt into her, she is really, really, really good up front. Roll her on out, son. The heifer that comes next is just exquisite as far as her quality is concerned. I think she has more quality. You say, well, she has more quality. Because we'd like to make her deeper. The big thing is, young lady, when we get to her rib, she's kind of flat rib. She's kind of like you. She's kind of going to become a hard keeper. She'd look more like me, a big old middle in her. Get out there. But gosh, she presents a nice profile. She looks really, really classy when we get her there. You know what? This young man's heifer is not, you're going out, honey. This young man's heifer is not very fleshy. But after you said that, shut up. Because the heifer's pretty dadgum good. Let's look at, this is the kind of cattle I look at all day, every day at my house when I've got the cattle turned out there. She's long hipped, she's long fronted, she's long made, she moves really, really, really good. She's got a big old foot on her. You know, you put the show condition on her, and guys, you folks out there that think she goes in third easy, you're gonna think, huh, she's gonna compete for first, and that's true. Heifer needs some more condition to compete out here in the show ring, but guys, she's got plenty of quality, and I mean that sincerely, whoever she belongs to, whoever the parents are, or whoever this is. Don't sell this heifer because you don't think she's good enough, because she is good enough. And if you don't think she's good enough, you put her on a trailer and send her to Oklahoma, and I'll take her. She's good enough. Condition-wise, she needs that, but gosh, the pieces she's got are good. I like her awfully well. A little more depth to her, big old bone, big old foot. She moves extremely well. She's the best moving thing in the class. Thank you.
Now entering Class 2, Chasey McCrimmon, Bartow Senior, FFA. Isabella Oaks, Country Ridge 4-H. Jackson Oaks, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA. Cody Charolais, Fort Meade Community 4-H. Emery Dykes, Country Ridge 4-H.
Like I said, I coached a judging team for 27 years, and if I was going to teach my kids about judging Brahman cattle, I'd love to have these cattle out here and discuss each one of them. I'm leaving them right there and telling you about them before I place them, so you'll get a chance to see them, because again, I'm not saying this to make you folks here in Polk County feel good. I'm telling you, last week I got to judge the Supreme Drive for the Brahman derivative cattle at the Cattle Congress. There are cattle here that would have fit in the Supreme Drive quite well and maybe even won the thing. So the quality you've got here in Polk County is just impressive, really, really impressive in the Brahman deal. Give yourselves a big round of applause. That's right, guys. They're bringing a set of Brahman cattle that are really good. One more thing before I place them. Brahman cattle have a reputation of not being docile. And certainly if you go out here and turn them out on 10,000 acres of this stuff y'all have out here, what do y'all call that? Those plants, palmettos or whatever they are. And you go out there and check them once every week, whether you need to or not, and some of them you don't see all year long, they're gonna have a bad attitude, but so is an Angus or anything else. When they don't see humans for a while, they're gonna act like a deer. By the way, coming into town, at the edge of Bartow, I saw two big old wild hogs right off the right-of-way right there. My wife just screams. She's a full-blood Cherokee Indian. I know she thought, here's a hog fry. We're fixing to kill him. Big old black hog. I bet that sucker weighed 240. Had tush about that long. I wasn't going to get out. Anyhow, just had to throw that in there. We was kind of impressed with the hog. I thought they might be up here showing today or tomorrow sometime. All right, so we're going to place these cattle. A really, really nice set of cattle. What I was going to tell you about the Brahman beef, the docility of them, we need a picture over here of this white heifer and that young lady and say, okay, tell me about how crazy these cattle are. They're just crazy enough for this young lady right here to have a good project and a lot of fun, by golly, that's what we're doing. We're going to start with the red heifer, put her right over here, honey. She's big, she moves like a dream, she takes that big old step, she packs an awful lot of weight, she's fatter than I'd like for her to be. But she packs a lot with her. She moves easy to get to this age and get this point. And by the way, what she's doing is the right thing to do. But for me, I'm around Brahman cattle enough, they don't have to be level hip. Brahman cattle weren't level hip. They don't have to be level hip. You folks don't need to be making them level hip, except you've got some continental judges, some English judges that'll tell you to make them level hip. There's a reason why you have them like this. Don't get sold on what you don't necessarily need to do. She's pretty good rig. We're going to follow her with a gray heifer. Now, as you look at these cattle, you're going to see some differences, some big differences as you look at them, but they're still really good. This big gray heifer follows her quite a bit as far as the kind is concerned. Actually, if you want to talk about, honestly, the length of neck, she's actually longer neck than the other heifer is. Is she better shoulder? No, but she has longer neck. Big old middle in her, big old top. When you look at her and you folks that are sitting up high, you can see the top that she has. She ambles along, she moves extremely well. She got the shape, but she's really longer fronted, longer neck than the heifer right over there that you think by her body kind might be. She's sure got more shape to her, got a curtain that's tight enough. Young man right here comes with a different one. You see her from the side, and she's going to be in third in a class that she could go win about any place I'm going to judge in Oklahoma. She's going to win her class. She may be Supreme Brahman at our state show. When you look at her, she's traditional as far as her makeup is concerned. She's got shape to her round, and that's the way we used to see them, by golly. Had that big old shape out there, the round when they came there, and I guess I kind of still like that. Young man not trying to make her continental look, just letting her look the way that she looks. I like her pretty good. Easy, fleshy female. I think she's just about right as far as her frame size is concerned, as far as her big is concerned compared to where they are. I think she's right. I think she's more accurate than some of the other cattle. Big old, huge, a lot of muscle in her. Big old, easy, fleshy when you get her out there in that. Young man, you've got a heifer that's going to be fourth and a lot of shows in Florida or any place else you go, she's going to win her class. She's long and she's streamlined, and guys, look at the way she moves. Look at that step. Whomp, whomp, whomp. Big old step. I mean, she just reaches out there. She moves easy. It doesn't matter whether you put her in the hill country where I am or you put her out here on the plains and prairie that you have down here in Florida sometimes, she's going to move well. In this class, she gives up some weight, and I guess that's a big thing, but she doesn't give up quality, so don't get on to her about the quality. If I were to change her, I'd make her deeper bodied. That's what I would do, and I know I'd shut up about that. You just make her deeper bodied. She's tall enough. She can have more weight, but when you put more body in her, she's going to have more weight, son. Young lady right here, and I sure admire the gentleman helping her, and the young lady that's out here with this white heifer. First off, did you ever try to keep a white one white? Oh, my gosh, it's hard to do. This heifer, when you look at her again, I've talked about the front ends a lot, but guys, if you have cattle, if you have heifers that are short-fronted, jammed up in their neck, and crested in their neck, they don't breed very well. Cattle that are deeper in their flank than they are in their full rib, they're long up here in the front, they're feminine, they breed back more easily, they give more milk usually. Something you learn from the dairy breeds. She has extension. If you want to talk about what she has the most of, she has the best shoulder in the class, and she has the longest hip in the entire class. We like her there. Well, again, we deepen her up just a tad, but don't get onto her for anything else because, again, she moves extremely well. A very high-quality class of Brahman females, guys. This has been fun. Thank y'all.
Coming back into the ring for final drive, Zybstein, Bach Academy North, Kristen McCrae, Lucky Ace 4-H Club, Isabel Oaks, Country Ridge 4-H.
Head her that way, honey. I take a long time when I need to take a long time when I don't. This red heifer is just champion, and that's just all there is to it in this division. She's a plumb good one. I did for reserve champion, have these two gray females. I like the quality in both of them. Again, as I said, you can turn them loose at my pasture. Reserve champion of this division is going to be the gray out of the same class.
Entering the ring for Class 1, Hubble Keller, Lake Gibson, FFA. Madison Keller, Showing Out 4-H. Jackson Oaks, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA. Raylan Charolais, Kathleen Cattle Crew, 4-H.
For those of you who haven't had the opportunity to judge a cattle show or hogs or sheep or goats or whatever else you've judged and be out here with the young people, you've missed something that's a lot of fun. I love visiting with them, seeing what's going on in their heads sometime. And this heifer we're starting with has a swelling up here and just in front of her hook bones, between her hook bones and her last rib. And it doesn't do any damage, just the swelling I have there. And I asked the young man, I said, "What is that?" He says, "a hematoma." Good answer. I said, "Son, what's a hematoma?" "I have no idea." Good answer too. I don't know if any people that age or even older that would, and I don't, except I had a hematoma on me, and I said, well, I hope that thing ain't gonna kill me or something. It doesn't, it's not gonna hurt her either. It's a swelling that's filled with blood, theoretically. We're gonna start with this big old gray heifer. Go ahead and lead her on out. She come around, or maybe you can lead her over there. Big old gray heifer. She doesn't win because she's so big, she wins because she's big. She lumbers along here. And by the way, we talk about travel a lot, and there's a lot of judges really get hung up on it. They used to say I was the most strict in the world on travel. Now they say that I'm the least strict. And here's what I know. We've drugged cattle thousands of miles down the road, and there's nothing harder on cattle's feet and legs than dragging them in a trailer and standing them at a show for weeks at a time. If they get along at all in a show ring, they'll do really well when you turn them out in the pasture. All these cattle here walk plenty good enough. Is there a difference? You bet. There's a heifer here doesn't walk quite as good as the others, but she walks plenty good enough, so let's don't get all too excited about that. Don't get single trait oriented, and in that regard, we're not. This heifer presents a really deep-bodied, massive appearance here, with a big old bone and a big old foot. She walks plenty good enough, and she balances up extremely well. The heifer that comes next, and this was really the close placing for me, guys, in second and third. Really struggle with this. We sure didn't use a bigger female, but we used the one, as we look at her, she balances up a little more nicely. She's the one that presents the look that you'd like to have as far as the style. And where do you take that? You take it to the show ring? Do you take it to the meat counter? You take it out there where you raise the baby calves? No, you don't. I'll be the first to tell you that. We raise show cattle, we raise real world cattle. We know the difference when we get there. This heifer sure has that look when you get her there. Some would say, well, she's deeper, but gosh, she's plenty deep enough, guys. Again, when they get deep enough, making them deep as a pot-bellied pig doesn't do a bit of good except just create some waste down there that we don't need when we get there. This young man right here that's showboating a little bit with this show, and he's turned her plumb loose and giving that show stick to her. As he gets with her, she's bigger, and she's going to continue to be bigger. And she's not through growing yet, I don't even think, even as old as she is. You get to looking at her, and you sure like her also out there. She's got the extension you like to her front end. We'd like to make her not quite so flat, both in her rib and as far as her muscle is concerned, but still a really good female that stands third, and I think is a really close placing there. This young lady that comes next right here, you talk about one that moves the way that these guys that are on livestock judging teams and judging coaches like for them to. Whoo! She takes a big old step that just reaches way out there. She's got the extension you like in her. She's got plenty of weight. She's got it accurate. As far as her frame score is concerned, it's just about right. And for me, she's got all the condition you need to have on one. Out here today, she's in a class of some cattle that are just super deep. And she's deep enough to make it. She's sure got the look. And my gosh, if you want to talk about the front end on one, that's the one that's got the front end in the entire class. She's the one that looks like the female from that first rib forward.
Entering the ring for Class 2, we have Jackson Oaks, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA.
This deep red Brahman comes out here with a look. She's the one that you find out there in the front of the Brahman Journal. She cocks that head up and looks out there in the pasture, and you say, wow. Let's get out here and make some embryos out of this deal. We get to her udder. I like that udder that she has. She's large enough in her teeth and high enough in her attachment as well. She's got her navel flap down there that's tight enough and refined enough as well, and refined is important too. She just balances up really good. Big old foot when you get down there and soft down there at the ground when you get there. We'll see what she lines up. We can bring her out here for the champion drive, okay? All right, thank you.
Now entering the ring for Class 3, Hannah Lightsey, Farm Fresh 4-H, Ryder Lightsey, Farm Fresh 4-H.
Do you two dress alike, or are y'all like brother and sister or something? Huh? You're her mother? You're his mother? Is that what you said? Oh, brother and sister. Okay, I can accept that better. I think if y'all even in the stands can see these two heifers are quite comparable as far as the way they appear, but the dark gray heifer on the far right is going to win the class. She's the one, as we look at her, you look at her flank as compared to her full rib, she certainly has more depth in that flank, and you heard me say a couple of classes ago that that's an indication of one that might milk a little bit better, as well as one that may be more reproductive. As well, she presents a nicer silhouette, and she's longer hip. Heifer over here on our left probably has more extension from her front rib back, and that's important when you get into later on. And really, if you're just going to talk about muscle, if you're really just going to talk about muscle, be careful what you say, because this heifer, I believe, is heavier muscle. For those of you sitting up high, again, you can see that loin in her. It comes with the dribble down the back, she has that. Just uniquely, I'll mention it because it's something that you should do. I always look at the udders in the cattle, and I look at the testicles on the bulls. This heifer has an extra teat in there. Not a great big problem. Sometimes it interferes with production of the other quarter that's there, and you can burn those off if you need to. You get there, but it's not something we'd like to produce a whole lot of them with that way. Thank you guys very much, and two very gentle, very docile kind of females. You want to talk about what the nature of one is? Let's talk about them right here.
Coming back into the ring for final drive, Jackson Oaks, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA, Hannah Lightsey, Farm Fresh 4-H.
if I use the red heifer in this division, there are going to be people who say, "Ah, Mac Peak likes the red ones better than the gray ones." If I use the gray one, that makes it balanced up, but that doesn't concern me. The color, the quality is what I'm out here to look for and what there is there. And we get there, and if you come to my house, if there's a color I don't have, God don't make them. We got red and white spotted ones and black and white spotted ones and black ones and red ones and gray blaze face ones and black gray. We got whatever, Brennel, we got them. So color doesn't make me any difference. What they are makes a lot of difference. Again, folks, in this division, you've had a really, really, really tough competition. A little cow here on our far left, we talk about the extreme extension that she has, and we've got two cattle up here in front of us that are just tremendous show heifers that, my gosh, they're good. I'm not going to talk about them long we get there. As you might have told, I was studying the udders because I think we have some other things that we sure need to consider and look at there. Champion of this division is going to be the red one. She'll be champion for this division. Then we come back for reserve. I think the gray one becomes quite simple to do. The gray one on my far right will be reserve.
Coming back into the ring for grand final drive, Chasey McCrimmon, Briley West, Isabel Oaks, Jackson Oaks.
Time out. How many FFA programs do we have in this county? 3, 4, 5, 2? Stand still, honey. Don't worry about it. Okay. I challenge 2 FFA programs to make gates that go right across those doorways there that solidly fill up those holes. That shouldn't be that hard to do. I don't care if it's a swinging gate, but it's got to clear the post where it can swing all the way both ways. If you want to make a sliding gate, that's okay, but it just don't make any sense to have those holes there, because I promise you, any cow is going to run out of it. I guarantee it. Promise you. I don't care. Going to go out there. So I'm going to call back next year in January and see if those gates are up there. If they aren't up there, I'm going to embarrass you, because I'm going to run something in the Miami Herald that y'all didn't put it up, and then I'm going to pay to get someone to make a damn gate and put up there in each one of those deals. I'll do it myself. But I will get my money's worth by getting to embarrass somebody. Max has made a really good hand today. I was going to yell at this young lady to get her attention about something. I said, son, do you know what her name is? He said, no, but I'll go find out. Well, I can tell now he's found out, because he's spending way the heck too much time up there and not enough time out here. Guys, it has been my privilege to judge. I just judged the Junior Eastern National Brahman Show not long ago in Georgia. Like I said, I got to help with the Supreme Drive of Brahman derivative cattle at the Cattle Congress in Oklahoma City a week ago, or I can't remember, 2 weeks ago. And when you come down here to Polk County, I am not trying to make y'all feel good. I'll go to Texas and judge some county shows there, a lot of county shows there, that won't have as good a set of Brahman cattle as you guys have brought here to Polk County. It's very, very impressive, very impressive. I didn't do it intentionally, But I look unprejudiced now because I got 2 gray ones and 2 red ones. I didn't realize that until we got, so now I got out of the gray-red thing. So now I got to use a red one and a gray one for champion reserve, right? Well, I don't know whether that's going to happen or not. I'm going to use the 2 I think are the best, whatever they are. Kids, you've done a superb job with the quality of cattle you've got. You've got to feed them and take care of them. And I can tell you this, championships are made at home. They're not made here at the day of the show. Yeah, you got to get a good job done on showing your cattle when you get out here, get them presented correctly. But at home is where you learn, you get them shown right, and you get them taught, and you get them fed, and those kind of things. Folks have done a superb job. The ring folks have done good. I appreciate Max, the folks here in the ring, and atmosphere you guys have created here is really, really good. Son, you've got your calf 2 stretches. That little boy's out here a while ago. Was he your brother? There's a little boy I was helping with the show. He's your brother? Y'all do the same thing. Quit. Pull her forward. One more step. Bam. Whoa. Don't stretch them out quite. Don't. Oh, that's, okay, that's better. She's good. You're going to talk about mass, heavy, weight, production, power, growth, weight per day of age. You're going to use that one, aren't you? You're going to talk about pretty, style, classy. You're going to use one of these 2 down here. If you talk about the one that has some depth of body and some length to her front, it is a complete female. That's her, and that's going to be the champion. This young man brings a gray female in that certainly doesn't deplete the quality of this lineup at all. And I guarantee you, I'm not afraid to have my picture made with any one of the 4 of these, and someone said, well, Mike Peak used that for grand champion down there. I'll take that, and I'll be proud to stand in that picture. We come out here again, we talked about the mass and stoutness that we had in the red one, and you have the same kind of thing in this gray one. As far as that part is concerned, both those kind of cattle, when you have that much in them, you're going to have just a little bit of shoulder, and I can live with that myself. But again, I live in the real world, and like I said, we run a commercial cow-calf operation. We run show calves. We run show calves as well, and we run several different breeds that we raise heifers with. If you want to talk about patience, don't get around this girl here this afternoon because she's used up all the patience she's got this morning. She shouldn't have it. But I still think that that cow's name is Sunny Beach because I've heard her say that several times today. And I understand why. Now that girl right there don't like you very much right now because you're covering up her cow. And now you just knocked her over to the side. Let's let that thing back up. That's just the ideal place for her right there. We're going to do our champion. We get out here and for people to go ahead and pull her forward, honey. There, you ought to have a right to ring out there because you got knocked down, covered up, everything that can happen, didn't you? Yeah. Miss Congeniality, look at that smile. By the way, in showmanship, don't get to thinking that I like that smile because we're not running Miss America. I don't need to know how many teeth you got. I need someone's confidence. Way to hang. Okay, guys, again, I've enjoyed it a lot. Thank y'all for having me out here. I've enjoyed doing the Brahman show. Tremendous amount of quality. We're going to make that one reserved.
For your Grand and Reserve Brahma female, we have Jackson Oaks.
Josie.
Now entering the ring, Class 1 Bull Calves. Zybe Stein, Bach Academy North. Wyatt Oaks, Country Ridge 4-H. Hubble Keller, Lake Gibson 4-H. Chasey McCrimmon, Bartow Senior FFA.
That's why I want you to hang on that rope. Let her hold. You hang on that rope. Oh, you can't do that? Oh, doesn't like men. Don't look like me. That sucker likes anybody. This class of young bulls, if that comes with that bull, he has got one place he'd go at my house, and that's to the sale barn. I wouldn't have him on the place. I don't care if he's a world champion. But that may not go with him. He may just be young. We haven't messed with him very long, and he may not have had much opportunity to settle down. But if he doesn't settle down, Timmerman is passed on just like everything else. He's sure the one that's got the most muscle and the most grow and the most shape to his round when you get there. You'd like to make him tighter in his sheath and a little bit. Both these bulls would like to make him tighter in his sheath and more penis. This has sure got a wide, big old wide, nice top to him. The old calf out here is sure the better balanced calf. Longer in his neck, flatter in his shoulder, longer in his hip. Again, we'd like to see that prepuce not hanging out. We'd like to tighten up the sheath in this bull as well. But if I'm going to take him home, I'm going to take that calf. So the little calf is going to be first. Big calf is going to be second. I hope that thing got on the trailer and there's a sale barn somewhere close. This is where we're going to place these two. We're using a dark gray bull. And again, I've talked about sheaths. This sheath is definitely too pendulous. Too perpendicular and too pendulous. But after you've said that, this is a pretty good rig, honey. I like him. I like his body. I like the way he's made. I like the condition you've got him in for this age. I think it's just about right. He's pretty dadgum good like that. Young lady, you come out here and you've got a good one beside you. You have a better sheath than this calf does. You have more shape to the round as well. And actually, you've got the better front end up there. If I'm looking for calving ease, I'd want a light birth weight with that kind of front end on one. Thank you. And the calf out of that class right there will be reserve champion.
For bull calf champion, we have Madison Keller. For reserved bull calf champion, Gracie Stoles. For Class 1, we have Zebu Stein, Bach Academy North. Class 2, we have Wyatt Oaks, Country Ridge 4-H. Class 3, J.C. McCrimmon, Bartow Senior FFA.
These three bulls are each winners in their class, and this is division drive, right? These three bulls are winners each in their class at division drive, and they deserve to be talked about. The young man up here in front has got really that. We've talked about eye appeal and classy, and this dude is. Quite often when we say that, they're a little bit tighter made, and you can see this one is tighter made. He tighter sheathed, that's good. He tighter bodied, that's not so good. The bull in the middle is kind of running away with that young man and tear his head off of that nose ring, son. Make that get the nose ring. Don't worry about the lead. Get the nose ring. There you go. Get the nose ring. This bull has more muscle. He has a round rib shape. Not quite as level as far as his top line is concerned. I'm not referring to his hip. I'm talking about his top line, but he's got a lot of muscle. How many of you, we go out here and this is division drive. This old bull is deep. He has the right angle to his sheath. It's pretty refined, but a little bit pendulous. Big bone, big foot. Nice balance on the side. How many of y'all don't think he wins this division? Because if you do, you've been drinking too much. That's your division champion. Reserve division champion is going to be the young man up here with the streamlined bull, to straighten his lines, got the tight sheath, got the really nice silhouette. I'm going to show you something here. That's what holla sounds like. You want to turn him loose, don't you?
For champion intermediate bull, we have Chasey McCrimmon. Reserved intermediate bull, Wyatt Oaks. For Class 1, we have Hattie Lightsey, Farm Fresh 4-H.
This young man brings you a bull calf out here, whoops, let me look over there. That's a young lady. Brings you a bull calf out here. Again, we've talked about those that look pretty nice, and this gray bull is traditional color. If you want to see the one that's colored up the way they all used to be colored up, this would be it right here. This bull, when you get there, certainly has a growth. As he gets older, you're going to like him better and better, and that's my prediction. He's not early maturing, he's later maturing, and with later maturing, he's going to put more muscle volume to him, which he's got enough right now. He's going to put more middle in him and more depth. The older he gets, the better he's going to be.
For Class 2, Chasey McCrimmon, Bartow Sr. FFA, Briley West, Showing Out 4-H.
I can tell you right now, I wish I had just one of these bulls here. And I really wish I owned either one of them. Guys, these cattle are both extremely good. The Black Cape Bull just catches your eye when he comes in here. He's so upstanding and so clean about the way he's made. Would like to see him move a little bit differently off his hind legs, just a tad, but gosh, you love his lines, you love what there is to him, you love his growth that he has. And when you get out there, you like the way that he's chiseled and the way that he's made, and you certainly like the sheath as well. The bull that we have over here on the right is one that just has just a tad more power to him. He has just a tad more middle to him, but gosh, the Black Cape Bull has plenty. The lighter gray bull, when you get there, has a tad more depth, and more importantly, has more spring. Getting from the side, he has more shape to his round. I thought this was going to be, never did think it was going to be easy, but I thought I could come out here and just do it and be really satisfied. I don't know that I can do this either way and be satisfied. When you get these big shows, you get these really, really good cattle. Sometimes you just can't get happy because you wish you could use both of them, and that's sure going to be the case here. Whichever bull I use, I'm going to wish I could have used the other one. They're just awfully, awfully good. And you folks that are here, you want to see some Brahman cattle, you want to go any place in the world and find these. And these kids can drag these to any junior show in the country and get along awfully, awfully well. Yes, you're right. I'm stalling. It's not going to get any better. I'd like to change the way this bull right here moves on the front end. I'd like to change the way that bull moves on the back end, but I think you turn them both out in pasture. Either one of them, you're going to get along just fine either way that you do it. The guy running the show told me a while ago we probably need to speed it up just a little bit, but when you bring them in here this good, they deserve to be looked at and get this good a decision as I can possibly get with them. I'm going to go ahead and use a light gray bull here. That was what I was going to do to start off with. I'll stick with what I was going to do, but gosh, it's close. We could take a long time doing this, but since it took me so long to decide between those two, I don't see that I'm ever going to be able to separate them and put anything between them, so those two are going to be champion reserve. Yeah.
For Class 1, Hubble Keller, Lake Gibson Senior, FFA. Class 2, Hattie Lightsey, Farm Fresh 4-H.
My nephew.
They bring these two light gray bulls to you. And I'm sure any of us that have cows out there would be happy to turn either one of them loose on our cattle. When you start down at the ground, which is a good place to start on the cattle, you find both are very solid. The calf on the bull on my far right has just a little more bone, but boy, you love the cushion to the pasture that this bull has and the correctness he has as far as his structure is concerned, even the way that he's laid back in his shoulder. This white testicle bull also is pretty good to his sheath. He's right as far as the right angle is concerned, and I don't think he's too penniless. He's extremely long as far as his hip is concerned. This is a bigger bone, bigger footed, more massive bull that's just a little more masculine. And he too walks awfully good, particularly for the power and what you have in him. We're gonna use the 143 bull first, bull over here, the white testicle second.
Senior Bull Champion, Hubble Keller. Senior Bull Reserve, Hattie Lightsey.
I've mentioned to you guys several times in our commercial operation, we use a lot of eared cattle in there, whether they're Brangus or Hereford appearing cattle or brindle calf F1s or whether we have straight Brahman bulls, we run on some of the cattle to go along with that. I'm probably a little bit old school when it comes to the bulls. I recognize as you get there again, as you Brahman folks are getting there, you're making them appear a little more English-like, and I understand that in the showing when we get there. It doesn't matter. The young calf down here is going to be a good one when he gets big. He's just in a deal where I got some big ones that already are good. I think he's going to get there, honey. This red calf presents a nicer silhouette than I think he did when he first came out. He's younger, he's smaller, therefore. But my gosh, folks, he could darn sure win a division at the national show as well and be in contention for the grand. We talked about this bull and the one that followed him in class, and how close that was for me. When we pull him out here again, he's the powerhouse of the class. He's a big middle thing, and a lot more traditional, perhaps. This may be the more modern version of the kind that we're using. The more extension to him. Extremely long-fronted. When you get there, big old foot and big old bone and sound and solid when you get down in there. This thing is just really tough, and I'm not telling you, I'm not forgetting what we got over here on this side. I remember the struggle that I went through on this side, getting grand and reserve, and I know that when we pulled them through, we talked about how close that was, and I'm not forgetting that when I get over here to see what we have on this side to go along with that. So, the gentleman who's running this show, who's done a very nice job, by the way, where is he? There he is right there. He's doing a very, very nice job, but he'd like for me to hurry up, but I'm going to have to live with myself when I leave, and he's going to have to live with y'all when I leave. Having said that, I'm going to do what I do. I'm going to go ahead and use the more powerful one they have, the more middle and the more stuff we have out there. He's going to be the champion Brahman bull. We're going to pull in the bull that I wrestled myself with in division, and I see a lot of similarities between this bull and the one that's right behind him, except the one behind him is just a little bit older. He does have more bone and more foot. I really, really like the kind we have up here in the young red bull. Like him awfully well. Old freckle, brisket freckle dewlap bull is awfully good too. But in following what we're doing right here, I hear people say at judges, oh, the judge was good because he followed type and kind. That makes no more sense than trying to tell me that all good people look alike. That's bullcrap. Follow type and kind. No, it's a 360-degree circle. Pick the ones you like. Pick the ones you think are best. Reserve for me is going to be the other big bull right here. This young man doesn't need to turn loose the show ring. That's showboat, not showmanship.
For Grand Brahma Bull, Chasey McCrimmon. Reserve Grand Brahma Bull, Hubble Keller. Entering the ring, Class 2, Brangus females, Madison Stokes, Lucky Ace 4-H Club.
This is the beginning of the Brangus show, and this young lady brought you a Brangus heifer that's pretty dadgum good. Brangus cattle become very, very popular in our area. They've got that little bit of ear, they've got the black that goes with them to maybe to help with that marbling. This young lady brings you a good one to start with. We could change her just a tad and make her just a little neater up there through her front end, but she's got the right kind of profile, she's got the length of hip. She's chiseled well there as far as her head is concerned, and she's got some depth of body too with a bone, and she moves well. Kind of got to like this Brangus female to start with here.
Now entering the ring for Class 3, Rihanna Brown, Haines City Senior, FFA. Paige Dupre, Lake Gibson Senior, FFA. Brenna Mixon, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA. Madison Stokes, Lucky Ace 4-H Club.
This is a really nice set of Brangus females. In case some of you are wondering, the red one is a Brangus. They're called red Brangus. They've become very popular in an awful lot of places. I judged a show in Mexico, and I found those red cattle were really, really popular, and red Brangus were one of them. This heifer, I think, comes to the top quite easily. She's a big-bodied, high-volume female that just presents a good silhouette to go along with that. Yes, she's a little bit coarser shoulder we'd like to make her. That's certainly true. When you get that kind of middle and that kind of butt, you've got that. In that way, this black female certainly excels her. This black female has a flatter shoulder. But also, I'd like to soften her up down there to pasture and up through her front. But gosh, her lines, the length of body that she has, and a more ideal growth curve for me than the heifer that we have starting with. Heifers in third follows the kind that we have in second, but that's not why we use her. We use her because she follows in quality. She's a very, very high quality female. Go right through there, honey. She's a very high quality female, has a tremendous amount of extension, and every day that she lives, she's going to get better. This young lady brings her back around. She's the right age, and she can show her again next year. She'll look even better next year. She has the extension to her body, the extension to her cannons, and she's going to continue to grow. Young lady right here has just got herself in a storm with some big old good ones you have out here. Yet let's talk about what we like about this female, because she's one as we got there. Get her on up there, she's going to have a lot of compensatory growth. You look at her cannon length and you have, and she's going to grow very, very well. Just need to put a little more feed bucket to her. Every day that she gets more looking like me, she'll look better looking, okay? Thank you, honey.
Now entering the ring, Class 4, Kaylee Mixon, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA.
This young lady brings you in a Brangus female that hasn't had her top line clip, her neck, or her brisket shaved off. And it's amazing how much difference that makes in them when you can do that. And I bet that young, oh, look at there, pretty good showman too, by golly. Look at there, hold that head up there and jerk it up there like it's supposed to be. But if you shave those off, it just make her look better. However, you want to talk about the dimensions and the parts you want to have in a cow? She has those. She has the body. She has the structural correctness. She has the movement. She has ample amount of muscle. Just not as pretty as we could make her perhaps, but still a good one when we get there. Thank you.
Now entering the ring for Class 5, Madison G. Carter, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA, Caleb Lopez, Davenport Senior High, FFA.
This pair of black Brangus should come out again, regardless of where you are. You can see the difference as far as their makeup is concerned, and you can kind of see the things we're doing today. The heifer on our right, again, we talked about broodiness, and we talked about cow reproductivity, and we talked about milking ability. She has more broodiness, and she has just a tad more bone, and she sure just has more middle and more ability to maintain her condition, range condition, so that we can breed her back. We like the growth in the heifer here on my left. It's a big old, tall, long made, just growthy piece of machinery. And young lady, I don't know how big she's going to get, but it's going to be big. And that's not a bad thing, because where I'm from, we still sell them by the pound. So I like those that are big and grow. Tremendous amount of extension. We're going to place them left to right. 288 is first. Young lady's heifer second.
Now entering the ring for Class 6, Kendall Atkins, Country Ridge 4-H, Caitlin Robertson, Lake Gibson Senior, FFA.
This pair of Brangus females, as we analyze, you'll see a lot of similarity in them. You'll see primarily a difference as far as size is concerned. The big heifer certainly has more weight per day of age, quite obviously. As I said a while ago, we still sell them by the pound. I also think she presents just a tad nicer profile. You particularly like her from her front rib back as you get back there. I'll admit the heifer over here is bigger footed, she's bigger boned, and she has more natural depth to her, and I really like that portion of her. But I'd change her through her front end and make her, she's kind of inverted as far as the shape is concerned. I'd like to make her deeper in her flank and not quite as deep up there through her front end. Nice pair of Brangus females. This will be first and then second.
Now entering the ring for Class 7, Madison Brown, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA, Brianna Brown, Haines City Senior, FFA, Paige Dupree, Lake Gibson Senior, FFA, Kaylee Mixon, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA, Caitlin Robertson, Lake Gibson Senior, FFA.
This class of females is very interesting to look at, and particularly we get into here the top two females that we have here. You have some similarities as far as they have a lot of broodiness. I guess really it comes down to which one's fresher when we get here. The heifer we're starting with sure is neater up front. She's sure better shoulders. She's sure more feminine. And really she's just fresher in her appearance when you get to looking at her, put her there. The heifer that we have second has more muscle. She has more bone, has more foot, but she's kind of piecey. She's kind of coming across there at her shoulder loin junction. We get in there and a little bit bigger as far as the shoulder is concerned. She looks better moving than she does stop when you get there, you get to looking at her. But a really, really nice pair of Brangus females to start with. The heifer we have in third is big. She's going to get bigger yet. She's going to continue to grow. I like the fact that these cattle are springing. They're already bred. You can tell by looking at them that they're bred. The others are a little bit of a consideration. The heifer that's in second has 6 teeth on her. The one that's in first has 5 teeth. The heifer that's right here, I talked about her tallness, and she's going to be big, and she's going to continue to grow. Really very refined in her own way, but as compared to the top two, you can see we need more depth and volume. That follows with the same thing in the next two cattle we have, is they're still good. If I got to go turn them out, put a bull on them, and they're going to raise you a calf you like, and I like the fact this heifer's springing already, right? You bet, got a calf inside her. Young lady right here got in a really, really tough class with a heifer that's long-bodied and has some muscle. Look at the shape to her round. Even when you look down her top, that she's got the muscle in her. Just too refined, I guess, to get up any higher in the class today, but a really nice class of Brangus females.
Now entering the ring for Class 8, Rihanna Brown, Haines City Senior, FFA.
I like it when they take time between classes like that. They told me a while ago they're paying me by the hour, so I'm going to make more money. This heifer, this cow was born when? This cow was born, look at your book, November, what? November of 19. Okay, that's logical. She's doing what she's supposed to do, and then she got a calf by her side, and that's what she's supposed to do at that age. We'd change her udder some. I think we have a couple of blind quarters maybe, but the little calf's getting along all right, so she's doing good enough. Little calf, we got a little bit of scours, getting so that get much milk. But the heifer this long, and you can see those things we talk about femininity. She bred early, she had a calf early. That's a good thing. Thank you. You've had a really quality Brangus drive as well, and you've had some very unique cattle out here. We've had some with a tremendous amount of height and length and stretch, and you've had some down a little bit more. We had some other problems in here that I didn't think would have. There's two heifers in here that hit me really, really hard, and it comes down between those two. I'll just be quite frank with you as we look at those. It's going to be the black heifer on my far left or the red heifer up here on the right. As I look at that and I do that, and we talked about quality of udder all day, and you can bring back the reserve, but that's what it's going to be anyhow. The red is going to be champion. The big black is going to be reserve.
Champion Brangus female, Paige Dupree. Reserved Brangus female, Caitlin Robertson. Now entering the ring, Class 1, Brangus Bulls, Kylie Criswell, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA, Kinley Hardy, Lake Gibson Senior, FFA, Brenna Mixon, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA, Kaylee Mixon, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA.
When they put these cattle together by age, we're going to leave them just like they're standing, as a matter of fact, but not because of age, but because I simply see where the quality is. The bull on our far right, if we were to change him, we'd change him down at the ground on his hind legs. He gets rigid on his pasture, he doesn't move quite right, we change that structure. Beyond that, he just dominates the class in body, volume, capacity, masculinity. He kind of wins the class. The bull that comes in next has a little more future growth to him than the bull right up there. Not as much bone, not as much foot on him, but he's the one that's going to grow longer. He's the one that's probably going to have more pounds, may even be able to sire more pounds of calf when he gets there. And third and fourth are also two calves that look an awful lot alike as you look at them. I like their sheath when we get there. They're tight about their sheath. I like the fact they have some grow left in them. They have an awful lot of grow left in them. I elected to use the bull that simply has, we've talked about it all day long, simply has more middle and maybe just a tad more bone as well. Thank you.
Now entering the ring for Class 2, Kylie Criswell, Dundee Ridge Academy, FFA. Class 3, Paige Blankenship, Bartow Senior, FFA. These two bulls, these young ladies. By the way, you boys around the ring, if you're around here any place, if I were you, I would buy me a Brangus of some kind. There's only one or two boys showing Brangus, everything else is pretty girls. Excellent opportunity for you ugly boys to get a date. Even the ugly boys can get a date in this situation. Okay, so much for that. These two bulls, these young ladies bring our single entries in their own class. I'll talk about the oldest bull here. First off, first thing you look for in these bulls is find some testicle size. This big old bull has got the testicle size. You follow that right on down the ground. He's got the big old foot that goes down there. He's got some set to his hocks, and he moves off amply well when you get that. He has a round rib shape too. I like his sheath when you get there, and again, you've heard me talk a lot about that, but where I'm from, we've got lots of briars. Those bulls get those sheaths in the briars, and we have a bull that can't service the cows that we want. And he's got muscle. The young bull that we have right here also, his testicle size is ample. He has extreme length. I love the design that he has. He's got the length of body, and he's still going to grow some more. This dude's going to have some big to him. When he gets all the way there, he's going to have some big. You're going to like him. He's extremely clean up there through his front. They've tightened him up an awful lot, maybe a little more than I'd like to have as far as him tightened up in the middle, but he too is a really good bull calf that we have here. Nice pair of bulls. They each win their class. We could take a long time doing this, and I think the young bull certainly has a good future. We get to him, as I said, it's only his hocks and pastures, the only thing that concern me. We get out here, though, the bull right here on my right wins this deal. I think real handily. The bull that's going to follow is the one right behind, a little bit younger. So it's champion and reserve.
These cattle are what they call ultra blacks, which is Brangus mixed with something. But these two cattle, there's 5 months difference in the age of these cattle, by the way. 5 months. That means that if you take it in comparable size, if you had it, it'd be like having a 200-pound guy in a fighting match with a 100-pound guy. Not very fair, evened up there. So we judge these based on what the quality that we see, and I like both the cattle. The big Hereford Mauride is going to grow a long time. She's a little bit straight and rigid as far as her structure is concerned. She sure needs to move easier than what we have, but you appreciate the muscle she has, you appreciate the growth that she has, the growth she's going to continue to have. The really young heifer right here, you like her design, her kind. She's deeper in her flanks than she is in her full rib. She presents a profile that the kinds you like to go out there when you're picking out a prospect. And she is very, very young when you get her here, but I think she's got an opportunity to be really good. We're going to use the little heifer. Bring her out here. The little heifer will be first, the big heifer will be second. I'm going to talk this while this young lady leading her in. She's good. I'm not really going to say a whole lot else. She's good. Let's see what else comes in here with her, see where else we're going to have her, okay? Thank you, honey.
For Class 10, female calves, Ultra Blacks, Corbin Hardy from Kathleen Cattle Crew 4-H, and Kinley Hardy from Lake Gibson Senior FFA.
I like to see cattle when they get to this age in some kind of reproductive stage, and I think both these females are. The heifer up front's a little fatter than I'd like to find her. The heifer behind sure is more feminine, and yet you can't deny the fact that we have the big old middle that we've talked about all day, and you've probably tired of me hearing me talking about that. Both these cattle have an ample amount of bone, ample amount of foot. They move extremely well. They have plenty of quality. When you get there, you have the one on the left that just has more style to her, more eye appeal. As you have her there, the young man's heifer just has more body and volume to her. I'm going to go ahead and use the body and volume. The young man's heifer will be first. The young lady's heifer that's a little fancier will be second.
In first place, Corbin Hardy. Second place, Kinley Hardy. For Class 11, Corbin Hardy.
This cow-calf, that's all right, I'm not going to fire you. You've been doing too good a job. That's one. This young lady brings in this cow-calf pair, and it kind of proves the thing we've been talking about. But I want to show you people something that, how they show cattle, something you can learn from her. We talked about the neck we talked about. You see how refined she is, see how good she is about her shoulders? Really, really good. The other part of it is, look back at her udder. Her udder is going to last forever. She can have raised calves till she's 10, 11, 12 years old because her udder's attached right, the teeth to the right side. That is about an ideal udder on a beef cow. The heifer's really refined. She's really feminine. She has the things that we talk about. She's deeper in her flank than she is in her full rib. Thus, surprise, milk people run dairy cows. That's what they look for. And she gives milk. Kind of like that deal. Thank you, guys.
In first place, Corbin Hardy.
As we march these cattle around here, we could take some more time. It's not going to change a thing that I'm going to do, but something I want you to see and I want you to be able to see it while they're there. The young lady's got the heifer that's the second one in line. She's good. She's plumb good. She can stand a lot of competition. She's going to be champion. She's going to be champion of miles. She is a good piece of machinery. You go back into udder that's right. She has a profile. She's not as sweet and as nice as that feminine heifer back here on the far left that's got the baby calf. I think then we've got a little calf on the far right. This is the second one here is going to be the champion. Yep. That's great. That's champion, yeah. I don't think.
Right outside the door on the table.
That's what I thought she was in the class by herself. We talked about it when we were out here, and I think it's really tough for me in third class. The cow-calf pair is going to be reserved.
Your grand champion Ultra Black, Maddie Nichols. For your Brahman Grand Drive, Jackson Oaks, Wyatt Oaks, Paige Dupree. This is your champion Brahma type class.
I know I'm not teaching showmanship, but I'm going to teach showmanship. We run a thing at home called Be a Champ Camp. We've done it for 41 years teaching showmanship. Showmanship is one thing, showboating is a different deal. Don't showboat, show. I should never see you, I should only see the calf for doing it right. Some things happen. I notice we have a couple of these young ladies out here that want to loin their cattle, but if your calf is level-hipped, you don't need to loin it. When you loin it, you create a wreck because they get weak in their top line. So if they need to be loined, do that. Well, loin them means scratching on top of that loin. If they don't need to be loined, don't do it. Just because some jock told you to do that, that's bullcrap. Don't do it unless you need it. Guys, your Brahman Influence show has been extremely good. I don't care whether we're over here on the right side where the champions are, on the left side where the reserve champions are. We've got some really, really good cattle throughout here. We've got one here in the middle, the red little heifer that I told this young lady, that's a three-way heifer. She can show her as a red Brangus, she can show her as Santa Gertrudis, and she can show her as a Beefmaster. Just get papers all three ways and go three ways on her. I won't go through the thing, but again, I want to tell you how much I've enjoyed doing the Brahman Influence show. Your quality here has just been tremendous, whether you're talking about the Brahmans, the Brangus, or the Ultra Blacks, doesn't matter. You've got high quality each one of them. Our champion out here in your Brahman drive is probably not going to be any surprise to anyone. I told you how stout that drive was. Your grand champion Brahman Influence is going to be the red heifer up there in the front. We've got the reserves lined up back here so we can do it all at once and just get it all done. And I think that becomes a little more difficult for me when we go to put those things together. And again, when I look down here, I've got some cattle I like awfully well standing on the backside too. But out here for the reserve champion, I'm going to go ahead and follow with that other Brahman female. I think she's awfully good, but gosh, I'm leaving 4 or 5 standing out there that are really good too. The other Brahman will be reserved.
Your Grand and Reserve Champion Brahma Type Influence, Jackson Oaks. Now for your Brahma Influence Type Bull Champion Drive. Chasey McCrimmon. Chasey McCrimmon. Chasey McCrimmon again. Kylie Criswell.
Again, your Brahman influence show with your bulls has been extraordinarily good. Bulls that come in here with have ultimate testicular development. They have some bone work, they have some real meat to them. You know where the beef is because they've all got some muscle. You've got some Brangus bulls out here that are tight in the way that they've made them in the last few years and tightened up their briskets and their dewlaps and tightened them up in the sheath, which was good. However, I think I'd like to have had more middle left in them. We come out here for the grand drive, and they look a little different than they did when we first came in there and saw them earlier in the day. But our grand is going to be the gray Brahman bull on the right, which was the champion. Reserve grand is going to be the gray Brahman bull. That was reserve right behind him. This will be reserve the Brahman. Both Brahman. I don't raise purebred Brahman cattle, so don't get in a big deal about it. And I love Brangus cattle. Those are just two of the bulls I like the best, the same way as the heifers we have.
Okay, let's go outside.
Grand Brahma type influence bull was Chasey McCrimmon, and reserve Hubble Keller. For our English breeds division, Angus females, Raylan Charolais, Kathleen Cattle Crew 4-H, Brooklyn Cribs, Lake Region FFA, Mackenzie Hawley, Rockin' Riders 4-H Club, Dustina Garcia, Hayden City Senior FFA, and Madeline Nichols, Hoof and Horn 4-H.
This young lady brings you this baby Angus heifer. When she walked in, I'm like, dang, this is going to be the best one, kind of easy. And then the second one came in, right across here, honey. Ma'am, blondie. There you go. You're really a brunette, aren't you? Okay. We're gonna do this. Keep on walking her. Walk her down there a little ways and turn and bring her back. This female is extraordinarily fancy, and I think fancy is just a word that you have to use. Look at the way her neck comes in there. She's extremely chiseled about her head. She comes back into a neck that's so refined and delicate, into a shoulder that's made just right. Then when you have all that delicateness and you come back into a big old rib that you have in her, and an ample amount of muscle too. So she's just a pretty good one when you come up there and start off with. So I think, well, she's easily going to be the best one, and then here comes this heifer right here. And these are all winning their class. These are all class winners, and this isn't the whole drive yet. We got some more. Then we bring this heifer in. Wow, she's stout. Her got a big old ribbon here, got a tremendous amount of bone, a big foot, a lot of balance, and just a lot of power to go with that. Bone, she's put together awfully well as far as her grooming job is concerned. Muscle down her top, big old middle in her. She moves amply well. So gosh, think, dang old Friday, now what am I going to do? Then we come out with the third heifer. Another one that when you look at her has an awful lot of quality too. She has the amount of front end that blends with the rear end that she's got. Go down into her feet and legs, and she moves really, really well. She steps out there with a kind of stride that just gets her across the country quite handily. Extremely long bodied, long and level through her hip. When you come out here and say what's wrong with her, you got to be careful, because you're going to be really careful about saying, well, I don't like this. She might have more or less of something, but she's a good one too. If you come out here, this young lady brings out this 71 tag heifer. This would be the biggest middle heifer we've seen of the top four so far, and they're all in different classes, like I said. But this is a heifer that if you talk about the broodiness of one, you talk about the cowiness of one, as far as that part's concerned, you have her. And look at the stride she takes. Just moves out there with a great big old stride. She moves so easily when you come out through there. We could make her just a tad prettier perhaps, but we have that. This young lady with the W bar brand, I haven't seen one of those in Oklahoma, I don't think. But she comes through there, she's the one that's older, and she looks older and more mature. Her body work is older and more mature. Keep on rolling her, keep on moving. Her body work is more mature. We'd like to clean her up through her brisket, but that's because of her age, because she has some fat on her. When you get to be this age and you can move this well with the kind of muscles she's got, that's pretty dadgum good. As this young lady just rolls right across there, rolling along is just right, because she rolls very easily. Perhaps we can clean her up in her brisket, but my gosh, a good thing about her is that she's a brood cow. When you get there, she's a good one too. Guys, these are 5 of what you're going to have in the drive, and 5 very, very good females. Each one wins their class. Young ladies, let's just leave them stand there and we'll work around y'all, okay?
For Class 12, Emily Kaysen, Kathleen Cattle Crew 4-H, and Ansley Evans, Mulberry Senior FFA.
A big old high volume heifer is out here in the lead, and the really feminine one that's next. I don't have to tell you that, all of you can see it. You can see the heifer up front just has a lot more to her. She has more rib and more shape, more broodness to her. She's deeper in her flank than she is in her forerib. You don't have to tell you that, all of you guys can see. She's flatter shoulders, she's longer neck, she's extremely feminine about her head. I love the lines and the way that she's chiseled about her head. She comes back into a body that's extremely long hip, not quite as stout as the heifer up there in front of her, but still a really, really good female. A nice pair of Angus females. We've got 7 of them out here, and there ain't a bad one in the bunch. That one will be first, and this one will be second.
The video, yeah.
And now for your Angus female final drive. Raylan Charolais, Brooklyn Cribbs, Mackenzie Hawley, Justina Garcia, Madeline Nichols, and Emily Kaysen.
Going for a walk.
When I'm coaching the kids on my judging team, after I've had them 2 years, sometimes they tend to be critical of livestock. I try to tell people, I don't care whether it's life or livestock, find the good things first, then tell me about the bad things later on, perhaps. When you come out here, if I came out here and asked my judging team, tell me the bad heifer in this crowd, which one of these is a bad heifer, they better not point to any of them, because there's not a bad heifer out here. All these heifers are very reproductive, they're very sound, they have a lot to offer the Angus or the beef industry in general. So this is, even though you've got 3, 6, 7 in your show, you've got a tough Angus show. Welcome to your Angus show too. When we analyzed them, we talked about them individually when we came through there for what there was. I think this deal is, and I'll tell you, the general tendency of these young judges that they came up through school, they were showing cattle in school, and they might have been on a judging team in high school, then they go to college, they get on a judging team, they judge through college, then they get out of college, they go out and judge shows and never raise a dadgum cow. And that kind of bothers me. You haven't been out there and pulled a calf, you haven't been out there and bred them, you haven't been out there and followed them around the pasture. Some of those things that sometimes we lose what there is. It's real easy to like these little ones up here because they're fuzzy and fresh and so on, but I guarantee you can tell you just like us guys or the ladies, either one, you get to be 40 years old, it's harder to look that way. If you've got one that's older and looks that way, she's pretty dadgum good. Now, having said all those things, and the presentation makes a difference. I can't tell you how important showmanship is. They could give me the greatest racehorse in the world and put me on there as a jockey and never won a race, me flopping around the saddle and old and fat like I am. He could never win anything. When you get them shown, they just look better. Showmanship makes a tremendous difference in what you have out there. Get them presented and get them fitted. Something we love working with these kids at camp doing those kind of things. We get a lot of feedback from them and a lot of enjoyment to our lives. So out here, I've talked about this, and you've got a good one wherever you go, whether you want to go there, the oldest one or the youngest one. I'm going to kind of, young lady, you've got that heifer set up just about as bad as she could possibly be. Leave her alone. You got her. She's held together, she's older, she still looks good. There's your champion. Young lady that comes in with her heifer after that brings in a very useful female. We talked about that with the big old foot and the big old bone that she's got. When you got down there in the front end, it still fits with that. So she doesn't diminish the quality of the line whatsoever when you get there. For reserve champion, I'm going to go back down here to one of these two young ones. I'm going to go ahead and use the heifer up front, the really slick fronted, really well chiseled female with the crop ear she has on her.
I'm gonna go out here real quick. I'll come see you in a minute.
Your Grand Angus female was Emily Kaysen. And reserve, Raylan Charolais. And now for Angus bulls. Paige Dupree, Lake Gibson Senior, FFA.
She showed a red Brangus, and now that she brings out here this big old Angus bull, and I'm thinking she's going to breed those to her Brangus, and that makes you a ultra black. I kind of like him. He's a powerhouse. Big old top, big old butt, lots of bone, big old foot. Seems like he moves slow and easy and just steps out there. I don't know what you're going to get onto him for exactly. You know, in the show ring, some folks in the show ring will say this bull needs to have less set to his hocks. But they don't break down because they got too much set to the hocks. They break down because they're too straight. So I like it myself. I recognize I'm not normal for the show ring people. They want them jammed down there. I think that's a very functional, very practical, very useful set. This guy's pretty dadgum good. He's going to be champion Angus. I don't care what else comes in.
Your Grand Angus bull, Paige Dupree. And now for Hereford females. Adeline Compton, Kathleen Cattle Crew 4-H. And Reagan Ogburn, Frostproof Middle Senior FFA.
Max is replacing is Nathan. Nathan doesn't have a girlfriend either, guys, gals. You got a crop of hair, you can get your fingers in his hair, tangle them up like that, you know. And he's looking, he said. Said he's rich and good looking both. Out here we get to our Hereford show, and again you remind me of the Angus deal I brought in too. They only brought you two, but they brought you two good ones. They didn't just, somebody just didn't go rope these out of the pasture somewhere and say, oh, we're gonna show these. Someone picked some good ones. So we analyzed these two. We're gonna start with the heifer up here on the right. Put her back there where she was, honey. And don't pay attention to those people outside the other. You're doing good. You just set her up, you'll be all right. We're gonna use this light colored heifer right here. As we analyze her, there's just more there right now. She's not gonna get as big, she's not gonna grow as long, and she's sure not as long bodied, but she's a bigger middle heifer that just balances up awfully well. Extremely feminine and very sharp through her front end, that would be wrong. That's not true. But she's good enough up front. She comes back into some thickness to her quarters, some round. I like some thickness. If you've seen that today, even the females, I like for them to have something to them. She's been groomed and fit awfully well. She's a good one. Young lady here comes with a darker colored heifer that has a red eye on her. And of course, those of us who have some Herefords, we like that because it keeps the sun from flashing back up in there. This red heifer is longer fronted, and she is better and sweeter up here through her front end. She's better chiseled through her head. She's more feminine about her neck. She's more angular in there in her shoulder. We come back to the rest of her. She doesn't have quite as much bone as this other female, not quite as much power, but she too is deep enough, and don't let someone tell you she's not. Is she as deep and broody as this one? No, but is she deep enough? Absolutely deep enough for the real world she gets there. Two very nice Hereford heifers.
Now for your Shorthorn females, Levi Cribbs, Lake Region Senior FFA. Your Grand Hereford female was Reagan Ogburn, and reserve was Adeline Compton.
This young man's got that thing going on about scraping the top of their back when they don't need it too, by the way. This heifer he's brought here is kind of unique. She's got this birthmark up here on her neck, and this is a Shorthorn Plus, I'm sure. Have a look at her. And gosh, she's presented awfully nice. She's got really, really good hair. Got a big old middle in her, got a lot of bone, and she is fitted up to the T. Someone's put her together awfully well. She's got a tremendous amount of power. Some folks might say she's too club caffy, but I don't think she's too club caffy for me. I think she'll be all right. She looks like to me she's got enough grow to get there. She's balanced up extraordinarily well, and she's got packs a lot of meat and power in her. That's why they might say that. Young man gets her head jerked up. She looks like a really good piece, son. Thank you. Good job. Good heifer.
For our Hereford females, first was Adeline Compton. That was a mistake that was made. Second was Reagan Ogburn. Your grand champion Shorthorn female was Levi Cribbs. This is your grand female drive.
When you come to the Polk County show, there might not be as many English derivative cattle, any English breed cattle as there is to others, but you better bring a good one if you're going to win one of the breeds. I don't care whether it's an Angus or a Hereford or the Shorthorn Plus. You better bring a good one if you're going to beat these cattle, because these cattle can go someplace else and win, guys. I'm telling you, they can get there and win. The Shorthorn heifer here that we talked about just put together extremely well. This Hereford heifer right in front of us, she's a good kind. She's a good here in Oklahoma or in Texas either, young ladies. You just haul her any place you want to. You'll get along good. An Angus female came out of a really, really tough breed. It was tough all the way up from the top to the bottom. It's hard to keep them looking this good, particularly this well chiseled up front. When they're this age to get to this point, she's going to be the division champion in the English. All right, seriously, guys, I really enjoyed it. This division is not weakened up any. I tell you what, this heifer and the heifer that was in the class just older than her, both were extraordinarily high quality and had some other good cattle in that deal as well. The little Hereford heifer right here, gosh, this deal has gotten, I thought when they put the horns and the pole ones together that we might decrease in quality. We just got a whole lot better in quality. We're going to do something I haven't done real often. We've got all little ones out here, but we're going to use this Angus for reserve. She's awfully young, but she's awfully good.
Your Grand English Breed Female, Addison Compton. And Reserve, Raylan Charolais. For our Continental Breeds Division, Charolais Female. Eva Garcia, Haines City Senior, FFA. Elizabeth McDowell, Orange Blossoms 4-H. Elizabeth McDowell, Orange Blossoms 4-H.
Again, these heifers each win their class, and deservedly so. The little young heifer here, we get some more grosses in her, give her some what I call feed bucket genetics. She's going to get better every day that she is out there, because the general portions of her are good. Big foot, a lot of bone, extremely long fronted, good shouldered, got some middle in her, long hip. Just all she needs is time and groceries, honey. Get her looking more like me all the time, and bigger, better. The next heifer that comes here is this little powerhouse. Really, really big top, really, really big butt. Bold as far as her middle is concerned. We change her top line. She wants to break right behind her shoulders just a little bit, but she's one that presents an awfully nice profile as well. She's not the most feminine thing you're ever going to find, but she's a really good Charolais female that can go compete. She's old enough. When I look at her udder, I like 4 of the teeth, but she does have an extra one. Next young lady right here has got a female that comes in here, and she's just got her presented exquisitely, got her clipped off just right up there for her neck and her shoulders to get the most out of her there is. Probably in the real world, I'd like to straighten up the crest about her neck when you get there. But again, when you have her, the thing we've talked about, whether you have them This bowl, she's deeper in her flank than she is in her full rib, but she's carrying a calf in her now. She's about to pop. She's going to have a baby. You get down to an udder that I love, her udder. I love the teat size. It's small. Never have to milk those out. You guys can probably tell we run cattle out in the country, big country, and when they got big teats on them, they're just going to have to live with it because we can't do anything with it. Both these females are going to change. I wouldn't make them quite so bold up there in the front end. I like to put their legs on them just a tad, but she's really, really a good female too as you look at her. So is this the champion drive, Doc? Champion drive. So our champion, I think quite handily, this is a really good rig right here in front of us. She'll be champion. Reserve champion will be the other older female. And young lady, when you get her fed a lot for a year and you come back, she can be there, okay? All right.
Your Grand and Reserve Charolais female, Elizabeth McDowell. Now for your Limousin bull. Colton Bourne, Fort Meade Community 4-H.
This young man brings you a Limousin bull out here that really they'd have left them red and left them higher percentage limit if some of them would look like this. The thing you really like about him is he's got a lot of bone and a lot of foot, and he moves easy, and he got a big old set of testicles on him, which says he's going to produce a lot of semen, going to produce it kind of right. That's the things you want to have. The Limousin cattle got too round and tight, and they got kind of hard to get along with, too, as a matter of fact. Those things, I don't think he's got a bad attitude. I sure like the length he's got, the length of hip, the depth of quarter, the way he's made. He moves good, big old testicles on him. This young man's got an opportunity to have a bull that he can actually use sometime. That's good. Thank you, son.
Your Grand Champion Limousin bull, Colton Bourne. Now for your Canada females. Sarah Clinton, Fort Meade Community 4-H.
This heifer looks pretty young. This young lady probably hadn't had her a long, long time. But again, whoever's getting these cattle fit is a pretty dadgum good hand. You look down there, the way those legs are put together, the hind legs are put together. But beyond that, let's talk about the calf. Young lady, someone has got you, or if you've gone out and picked this heifer yourself, you've done nice. Gosh, look at the balance and style. And we've talked about class. We've seen some classy ones. We had an Angus heifer. We talked about class and fancy. She's all those things. She's really, really fancy. You've got her groomed right where she looks like she's got enough depth in her. She's got worlds of plenty of muscle. A little bit of set to her hocks, but I said somewhere earlier today, some set to the hocks makes them more functional. These show cattle, we're jamming them up and making them too straight. She's not too straight. She's got a tremendous amount of power and muscle in her. I'd probably be using her later on, maybe to raise me a club calf out of that I can sell pretty high. She can sure do that, I bet. But she's going to grow. She's got some growth to her as well. Really nice kidney to female, young lady. Thank you.
Your Grand Champion, Canada female, Sarah Klink. Now for the Maine-Anjou females, Sarah Klink, Fort Meade 4-H. Emma Durden, Lakeland High School, 4-H.
Now, what is the one that's tonight? So, Mike is supposed to be one of these.
Real profile. Each of these heifers win their individual class. This is the Maine-Anjou show. This really young heifer, you can tell that she's young. You know, she doesn't have the condition on her yet to show some maturity. Again, once this heifer deepens up and gets some pounds on her, she's going to look a whole lot better. But she's got the raw works there to get to where she wants to be. Young lady and by the way, I want to compliment the young lady. This young lady pays attention to what's going on. She handled these cattle just right based on where they were in classes before. She let them out just right. She got where she's going to be. She knew what was happening. That's what you do. That's what a good showman does. They know where things are and what's happening in the ring. Young lady right here brings you a female she just like awfully well. Really deep. You go back there to the back. She's really structurally right. She just balances up real nice. A little more in her brisket than we'd like to have as far as condition is concerned. How old is she, honey? How old is she? 18 months? Yeah. Figures about right. 10, 20, yeah. Yeah, close to 18 months. So she looks really good. You've held her together awfully well. Careful as you take her on just a little bit further. You don't want to get her too fat. So you want to get some high protein in her and keep her filled up. She's got a tremendous middle in her. She's just sound as she can be. Very, very functional, very useful. This will be the champion female. That'll be reserved.
Your grand champion, Maine-Anjou female, Emma Durden. And reserve, Sarah Clinton. Now for Simmental females, Paige Dupree, Lake Gibson Senior, FFA. Olivia Driscoll, Bartow Senior, FFA.
It's the only way I knew not to fall.
Simmental cattle had a tremendous influence on the beef cattle industry. First coming in here probably in the 70s, I'd guess, in the United States. They've been very influential since then. Put a lot of pounds out there. This heifer looks like the good parts of that. They turned these semi-cattle originally should be red and white spotted or yellow and white spotted, but they turned them black like so many other breeds. Turning this one black made her just better. She's got that Angus look up here in her front end. Yes, she's got the growth, the altitude, those kind of things, and the pounds, the weight per day of age that you have in the Simmentals. So you like those things put together. A nice blend, and we'll see what we do when we come back here for the champion drive.
For Class 4, Olivia Driscoll, Bartow Senior, FFA. Madeline Nichols, Hoof and Horn, 4-H.
I told one other young lady this today. The young lady that got drug around with a Brahman, if y'all were here this morning, I mean, she got thumped. Like, I don't mean drugged. She got thumped 3 times hard. I told her, like my oldest daughter, I went up to school one day to put up my oldest daughter. There's a situation in there was a fight. And my oldest daughter is not very big, and she thumped these 2 big old gals, and down they went, and she just jumped on and thumped them some more. And what I told her was, I'm going to tell this young lady right here the same thing I told the girl this morning. Don't you tell me some boy got pressure to you and you couldn't handle it, because I can see you can handle it. I know you can handle it. That's where this girl here is. This old cow, she wants to act up a little. We'll get out of here. Young lady right here has got a Hereford. I really, really like the front end we have to her. And again, I know y'all may be tired of hearing about this functional set, but I'm also tired of hearing about livestock show judges that don't recognize that this is a functional set to hog, and a gentleman up too straight is just not a good thing. She's long fronted, she's deep enough bodied. With all that fuzz she's got, you give her another year, young lady, and feed the heck out of her, this will be a lot of fun. She could be really competing for the grand champion deal out here. Young lady out here, these cattle are in the same class, there's a lot of weight difference. This young lady over here has got this blaze face white heifer, and I think she's another one that might be from Florida based on what the little girl called her a while ago. But she's really long fronted. The heifer has some shape to her rib, but not as much depth as we'd like to have. This gets to be a close placing, except that we give up so much as far as size is concerned. The blaze face heifer will be first. The blaze face heifer is first. Black heifer is second. Thank you, guys. Very good job. I love your personality.
In first place, Madeline Nichols. Second, Olivia Driscoll. Next for Class 10, Emily Robertson, Lake Gibson Senior FFA. Lily Myers, Lake Gibson Senior FFA.
As we compare these two Simmental females, the primary difference in these two is color and condition. Beyond that, you're going to see a lot of similarities to them, and the condition would make a difference in what you see out there. To run out here and someone just tell me, oh, this one just beat the heck out of the other one, yeah, I don't think so. We like the black heifer because there is so much to her. You get down the ground, she's got a big old foot, she got just, I think, the right amount of bone. I think these females can get too much bone. They don't need to look like males, they need to look like females. You get up from there, then we see a body that we like, and she's not as soggy middle as some, but she's got enough middle in her. Got enough spring to her ribs, she got enough depth to her body, and she's got what we need to have and enough of it. She's long and level out there through her hip, and she's deep through her quarter, and she's got some muscle when you get right behind her. She's the reason so many people like the Simmental cattle when they brought them to the United States and started using them. The heifer back over here is just a well-chiseled female. The problem that some of the Simmentals had was they carried so much dewlap and brisket, and the humans didn't like that. I ran a feed yard in Dodge City, Kansas for quite a while. I can tell you that those cattle that have some leather to them probably gain good and probably do good on feed. I think that's a man-made thing, getting excited about that, but that's what we do in a show ring, and with that, she's great up there through the front end. You just kind of love the way that she's made. Chisel in her head, come back to a neck that's made well, clearing her dewlap and brisket. Boy, you just love that. You can put that on the front of the Simmental Journal and they'll love you. You come back into a level line, and she's got enough muscle too, and she's deep enough. For these two out here, Are these in a class together? Two classes? Two classes. So they both win their class. And I don't have to place them until they come out here in the champion drive. I like that. Okay, thank you.
Coming back in for the drive of Simmental females, Paige Dupree, Madeline Nichols, Emily Robertson, and Lily Myers.
I'm going to pick champion and reserve. Before I pick champion and reserve, I'm going to go over and talk about this young lady right here. We talk about showmanship later on. We get into showmanship later on. We're going to talk about facial expression and how important that is. It needs to be natural and be what there really is. When I said something to her a while ago, she smiled real big, but when she was showing, she had just the right kind of facial expression. She got a nice personality, and I bet I could take you and make you a national champion livestock judge. Nice personality, love it. So there you go. Out here in the Simmental Drive, we got 4 cattle that'll fit in anyone's herd you want to go take them to. They're not ever going to get culled from anyone. Whether you go to the little one that's got the most tour or wherever you go. But the one I think that fits the most total situation to go to the young lady's heifer right here, the black one, she'll be champion. She was go ahead and pull on over, honey. She was in a class by herself, and then it gets a little tougher to go. As we look down here, we've got the blaze face heifer we talked that right here in front of us that we talked about being fancy. We'd like to put a little more depth to. We've got the black heifer over here on the far right that probably has just a little more to her. We've got the other heifer here that I think is extremely good up to her front end and her dewlap and brisket. So then we have, to wrestle this just a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and reach down and get the younger heifer. She'll be reserve champion in the Simmental division.
Your Grand Simmental female, Emily Robertson, and reserve, Paige Dupree. Next is Simmental Bulls. Zachary Gibbons, Rowdy Ropers 4-H Club.
Son, you sell that bull? You want to sell that bull? We're going to sell this bull. He'll give us $1,000 for it. I thought he'll give us $1,500. I'll give you $1,500. Huh? Take $1,500 for him? Will you take $1,500 for your bull calf? No. $1,750. $2,000. Huh? You'll take $2,000. All right, there you go. You guys out here, and by the way, he's dang sure worth that. But now, Daddy, you can't back out. Where's Daddy? You can't back out. We done got a deal going out here. Hey guys, this little sucker's pretty good. You get up here in his neck, he's kind of cresty. I don't know how old he is. How old is he? So he's not a year old yet. This little dude he's made right, guys. He's put together really, really well. And again, someone's groomed him up and fit him up really well. But he's straight in his lines, he's powerful in his makeup, he's sure good on his feet and legs, he's ample as far as his bone work is concerned. You're gonna go really hard for a long time to raise one that looks this good. I'm not trying to make you guys feel good. Would you leave your finger alone? We don't need to see your finger, whatever you're doing with it over there. Son, you just show the cat. Hey, he don't matter. When he get over there, then you can pay attention to him. I don't know what does that mean anyhow? Huh? Now I know what that means, but what does that mean? Is that was that the 1 foot? You parents, y'all gotta get your signals together. Y'all confuse the heck out of me. Okay, pretty good bull. I'd like to make him softer up there in his knee, and that's the only thing I do to him, son. Nice bull cat, buddy. And if someone wants to buy him for $2,000, this bull takes the money, don't talk to his daddy.
Your grand champion, Simmental bull, Zachary Gibbons. Now for Sim Angus, Adeline Compton, Kathleen Cattle Crew, 4-H.
This young lady, I don't know what her name is, but she brought you a Hereford a while ago that's pretty dadgum good, and she's brought you what I think is a Sim Angus now. Is that right, young lady? A Sim Angus calf. Not going to act quite as good as that Hereford did, but a really, really, really nice mate female. This young lady's got some nice cattle to work with. As you get to her, I guess I'd open her up just a tad behind her rib, but that's been critical of one that it's really hard to find one this good that you can get to your kids to show and get to them to feed. She's got a very, very nice silhouette. You know, she's got the piece you want to have, whether you go to the ground and look at her foot and her bone work, or whether you go up here and look at her shoulder and her neck. She's got the pieces that you like to have. This is a really good female. We'll see her come back for something, I'm sure, won't we? Okay.
For Class 6 of Sim Angus females, Lily Myers, Lake Gibson Middle, FFA. Raylan Charolais, Kathleen Cattle Crew, 4-H.
Again, you can talk about these two females being similar in quality, and these are Angus females, and regardless of whether you call them that or mains or anything else, they're ones that you would like and you could utilize if made it correctly. When we start talking about that, there's some difference, and I'll tell you, I'm going to start with the ball-faced heifer on my far right, and then follow with the black heifer. The ball-faced heifer has more constitution. She's got the depth that we talk about, we get down to the bone we like, and that other heifer is certainly not fine bone at all. But she's more of the time that we have that we can turn loose in situations and get them out there where they can kind of make a living before you get along, and she's clean enough in that regard. Heifer that we have in second, and first off, this young lady does a great job of getting them shown and getting them presented. Look how she jerks that head up there. That cow looks like a princess, I guarantee you, because the young lady gets it all out of her. That's all there is in her, what this girl is getting. She's doing a superb job. She's really clean in her dewlap and brisket, and this young lady is showing that off. She got her cocked off up there where, boy, from that front rib up, yeah, I don't know, you can make them any better. You sure can't make them any better when you've got this young lady showing them. We go back, and we would like to deepen her up all the way through her body to have her deep enough to get out here in the show ring. Is she deep enough? Probably so, but again, she's sure not going to have the ability to function in range conditions like the other cattle do. I like her when I get behind her, and surprisingly, when you see her, she's got an awful lot of muscle with her too.
Up next, Raylan Charolais, Kathleen Cattle Crew 4-H, Lauren Stewart, Lake Gibson Senior FFA, and Macy Bozeman, Southern Souls 4-H. Harley Shinnefield, Kathleen Cattle Crew 4-H. These heifers are all class winners, so we're not going to place them except to tell you they're all first place, and they deserve to be. We'll talk, because we don't talk about them, we have the grand drive, so we'll talk about them out here. The blaze-faced heifer is classy, put together extremely well. She's groomed and fitted well, and this young lady just gets every mile there is out of them. She's one that jerks her head up there, and she looks awfully clean through her dewlap and brisket. You come back into a body that's way more than ample as far as body part is concerned, and she moves good enough too. This young lady that's rolling her heifer out, I have no idea why she's rolling her heifer out. This young lady that's rolling her heifer out here is the one that you don't want to attach massive, but there is just more to her than there is in the other heifer that's right in front of her, although we're not comparing them. This heifer that rolls out has got a bigger bone, a bigger foot. Everything about her is just bigger middle, and when you get to her too. And as you expect with those kind of cattle, she's got a bigger shoulder and a bigger throat and a bigger crest in her neck when you get there. So you expect that. When you say bigger, you get bigger all the way around. She's still extremely well balanced, so don't say she's poorly balanced, because that would be wrong. She's extremely well balanced.
A big old good doing, good growing Simmental female. The heifer back here at the back, when I look at her, I think she's got the best udder in the class. And we can look out here, extremely, extremely long bodied. You want to start comparing the front ends to them, you can compare her with the one that's got the really, really good front up there. She comes out level to the chest floor there from getting back here to her middle body. We'd like to give her just a tad more bone perhaps, but again, I think they can have too much bone as well, young lady. So she's feminine, plain feminine.
Now for your grand drive of Sim Angus females. This young lady right here, the youngest heifer, brought you several good cattle today. She had a really good Hereford came out there, and so whoever's going and picking out her cattle is doing a nice job. This ball-faced heifer beat a heifer in her class, and it was really good too. We can see the body that she has. We talked about the fancy of the ball-faced heifer right here, the stripe-faced heifer we have, and the way this young lady gets all the miles out of the rhythm. This heifer here has got just a lot more to her. She's stout. She's what the Simmental breed was made on. Is that right there is what they were made on. Our champion is what we've got to select out here, and for me, the one that suits me the best today is going to be the blaze-faced heifer. She'll be champion. The black heifer will be reserved. Whoever's taking books, blaze-face is champion. 275, is that your number? 275 is reserved. Your grand champion, Sim Angus heifer, Raylan Charolais, and reserve, Carly Shinnefield. Up next is our rope master female, Macy Bozeman, Southern Souls 4-H.
Sit down.
This young lady brings you one out here that we can talk about traditional-wise. at home, and I'm sure for you guys down here in Florida too, we call these brindle, and we kind of like them, by the way. They're F1s at home, we like that. This has another name, it's called Roman Master. And I'm thinking it probably has some Romanola. Is there what it is, Romanola background? But anyhow, neither here nor there. When you get to the real world kind of cattle, we have a whole pasture full of these just like this. These kind of cattle like this will run a Hereford bull or an Angus bull back on there, maybe even a Simmental to get there. This big old female is a growthy piece of machinery, and she's not through growing yet. And guys, I still maintain they put them together by the pound. We still sell them by the pound. There's a lot to be said for cattle like this, a big old foot. She moves easy. She steps out there. She's as functional as she can be. It's difficult to get out there and maybe call her a show calf at the same time, but guys, don't get too far away from the real world because she's in the real world and she's it.
Now for our Continental Breeds Division Grand Drive. Elizabeth McDowell. Elizabeth McDowell. Emily Robertson. Raylan Charolais. Macy Bozeman. Sarah Clinton and Emma Durden.
This is what we would call our European division, and this is what happened here in the United States when we wanted to put more grow into our Angus and our Herefords and our Shorthorn, because that's about all we had was those cattle, along with the Brahman cattle. We had those cattle out here, and then we wanted to put more grow in those cattle, so we came back and got our European cattle or exotics or whatever you want to call them. So this is where we got more grow, and we made a lot of things too. We added the English back with them, and that's how we turned most of these breeds black. We're putting Angus back in there with them, except the Charolais obviously are white. You're going to see that way. That's what there is out here in the lineup. And again, you've had a really, really good show. You've got some baby calves, some young calves that are going to look good when they get older. You've got some big calves that look good right now. You've got to decide what you're going to do here, and you've seen the things that we've done all day today. We're going to kind of stick with the same pattern, the same thing that we're going to do in this division that we've done in the others today. Not going to change a whole lot. The Blaze Face Heifer is going to be champion in this division. This young lady brings her black semi in here that certainly doesn't diminish the lineup at all. In fact, she is quite competitive to be champion in her semi class herself. We talked about she looks like the real Simmentals that came up here. We've got cattle we like to stretch to them and they can carry more condition, look better. We've got a semi up here that just loves the design and kind to her. And she's just a powerhouse when you get up here and look at her. So I'm not going to have a bad one regardless of anything that I do out here. Yes, I might not get the one you like, but I'm still going to get a good one with what's left out here. This gets really close for me. We're analyzing those. I think for me it really, how about I just go put my hand over one of them, y'all all clap on the side that way. Y'all seem like scream and holler. Nah, probably better not do that. I'm going to follow with the other semi.
Your Grand Continental Female, Raylan Charolais, and Reserve, Carly Shinnefield. Out for your Continental Bull Drive, Colton Bourne and Zachary Gibbons.
That's what happens when we get bored out there. That was I. Please tell me what's the score.
These two bulls, obviously, are Limousin. We have one that's older and more mature, has a growth. And as I talked about him in class, for a Limmy, he's sure got a lot of bone and a lot of foot. He's right as far as his musculature is concerned, and that he's not too wound up. So I think this is a semi-bull that we have over here on my right. I just love everything about him. I'd like to make him have more flex up here in his knee and pasture. I'd like to make him not quite so straight. But as we analyze these two, I'm going to go ahead and use the young bull for champion, the Limmy bull for reserve.
Your grand champion, Continental Bull, Zachary Gibbons. And reserve, Colton Bourne. It's now time for the Supreme Overall Female.
Maybe done with this fight.
Walk your cattle, please. We move the cattle because you can get to a bad place at a show ring, and this show ring's got a low place right there, and if a heifer keeps it dumped over in there, it gets to be bad. Well, folks, my name is Jerry McPeak, and I really have enjoyed judging your show here in Polk County. I've heard about it for years, and you guys do a great job here. You don't have a midway, and that's sure enough all right with me. I like having the cattle and the hogs and the sheep and the goats and bringing the kids out here. And the people in the ring today have just been tremendous. Guy here just kept it organized so well. I knew what everything was and didn't let the rest of us get it screwed up. We had Mr. Michelle helping here in the ring, and Max has been running that. He's made about 1,000 miles. Where is Max? Made about 1,000. He's give out over there. Made about 1,000 miles a day going back and forth in your announcers, and it says a lot about the community. And you folks are in Florida, and and for us that live up there where we are, we think about you guys being a little bit hippie style, or maybe a little more, but you guys just look plum country to me and look like good folks that raise good cattle. I really enjoyed being down here. At home, I coached the livestock judging team at Conner State College for 27 years, and we won every major contest there was. At some time, we won the National Western 4 out of the last 6 years I coached, which doesn't mean anything. We love raising cattle at our farm. Myself and the 2 sons, we have a commercial set of cattle where we raise some club calves and we raise some show heifers of about every breed that there is, as well as the commercial cattle we run, and we use a lot of Brahman cattle with them. We don't have a preference as far as breeds are concerned because we got some of everything we see out here, plus some we haven't seen out here. But mostly we have this, and we believe that this is a function, and this showing cattle is a way for you to teach your kids something that athletics can't. We love athletics in our family. I had a daughter who was all-state in softball. We like athletics. There's nothing like living and dying. These cattle or hogs or sheep or goats can live and die. They can die if you don't take care of them. And what you learn is something you can't learn some other way. And we love to compete in sports, like I said, but it's nothing like what you have here. I have some problems with some things, and by the way, I also served my downfall in life. Some of you have alcoholics in your family, and some of you have drug addicts. I became a politician, and I won. I was a state representative for 12 years in Oklahoma. Sure wasn't the thing that I enjoyed the most. What I enjoyed the most were the camps we have in the summertime where we work with the kids. I tell the kids, you win every day at home. The hero is the daddy that goes to work and works from 8 to 5 or 7 to 5 or whatever he works, and the mama that goes to work and works every day and comes back home and takes care of the kids. Those are the heroes. Not someone that shows up and does something fancy one time, but someone that shows up and does something every day the way you're supposed to be doing it. I'm not concerned about people telling me about Make America Great Again. I've had a great life. My Sunday school class a few weeks ago, guys were going around the room, they were talking about, well, how tough things were. They sure couldn't wait to go to heaven. And I said, I guess I'm going straight to hell because I've had a good life here on earth. So I must be, based on what you guys say, and I must be going to hell sure as heck. Been good here. You guys, what I'm concerned with is let's don't screw it up so bad these kids can't straighten it up. Because I've seen an awful lot of really good kids, and you guys have seen great sportsmanship here today. I haven't seen anything bad, as a matter of fact. The kids have handled themselves extremely well. I know the kids out here like to shut the thunder up and get on with it. We're going to pick the grand champion heifer, and you guys have had an extraordinarily strong show. I'm going to get to judge a lot of shows around the country, and guys, your county show is equivalent to a lot of state shows. Your county show is better than a lot of district and regional shows that I'll judge in some counties and some states that you guys think are pretty good. You've had a great show. We talked about the Brahman cattle and how many you had and how many good ones you had. We came out here, we had the Continental deal. We had the Angus and the Hereford, the little Shorthorn that had the splash on her back. We had the Continental cattle here that came out, and there were some that were very true to what there were. Been a great show. Thank you for having me here. Again, like they say on the deal, my name is Jerry McPeak. Come and see me if you want to. If you will, put some more water in the beans if we ain't got enough for you. The grand champion is going to be the Brahman. Little Mr. Showboat's going to bring his heifer over here for you. You want to know how to show one? He does a pretty good job, or he can just turn it loose and let her show herself. This old Brahman heifer is a great, big, massive thing, and I probably like her kind. You know, I like that kind more than some. Reserve ground out here, though, for the deal today is going to be the Simi.
Your supreme overall female, Jackson Oaks, and reserve, Raylan Charolais. out for the Supreme Overall Bowl.
Again, folks, I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed this, and I think the kids have enjoyed it too, and that's what we want to do. Remember, the kids will remember this. Moms and dads, sometimes you get lost. Show cattle and make friends. Don't show cattle and make enemies. Go show, do the best you can. Wash your cattle. Go get a hamburger. Get over it. It's just a cattle show, for gosh sakes. Do I want to go out there and do well? You bet. But you're not competing against someone else. You're competing against yourself. How good are you going to do? How good am I going to take care of my stuff? How well am I going to show? So that's what it's about. Don't lose track of that. Remember what's really, really important. I'd a whole lot rather have a busload of friends, have a busload of money, or a really good or the best calf in the country either. Guys, we're going to do this thing again when we come out here. It's going to look like, y'all are going to really think I'm a Brahman breeder, but we don't have very many purebreds at all. That's going to be the Grand Champion Bull. I will follow that, and I can tell you what I'm going to do next, and that's going to be the reserve Grand Champion Bull. Angus is reserved.
Definitely. Hey, Bailey, good job. Congratulations.
Your supreme overall bull, Chasey McCrimmon. And reserve, Paige Dupree. In your first class of senior showmanship, Hubble Keller, Chasey McCrimmon, for your first class of senior showmanship, Chasey McCrimmon, Hubble Keller, Chasey McCrimmon, Madison Brown, Reagan Ogburn, Evangelina Garcia, Paige Blankenship, Mackenzie Hawley, Paige Dupree, Emma Durden, and Jasmine Bolano.
For you folks who are here, this is our 41st year to have a thing called Be a Champ Show Cattle Camp at Connor State College. I absolutely love teaching it, teaching kids to get it done kind of the right way. We love working with the kids, and we're pretty hard on them. We drive them pretty hard and pretty tough. But it's not a luck thing. There's a right way to do it. The way we do it is not the only way that's right, but it is the right way to do it. It's been successful. We had 5 or 6 national champions this year, and many champions as far as different states go. We'll have kids from Alaska to Florida and Maine to California come besides just the ones we have around our state. So we love doing it. When I look out here and see you guys, I want to tell you now what I want to do. It's like, I know that you kids don't have pimples, but if I had a pimple, I just want to pop it so bad, you know? You can relate to that? Well, I want to come out there and help you get just where you need to be and do what you want to do. We don't have time to do that. So we're going to go through the thing pretty quickly and eliminate, get the tournament type deal done. I have to have 2 heats here. We'll pull 3 or 4 of you out of each one, and we'll come back again and do the senior thing. But all of you, I don't care who you are, whether you paid $3 for your calf or $40,000 for your calf, it makes no difference. You can win showmanship. I don't give a flying flip what you've got you're showing. Anybody can win showmanship. Just go do it. Learn how, get the information, and go do it. You can do it. And around me, I don't give a flip what you're showing. I could care less. But you do have to know what to do and get it done. So you guys have been very good today. I'll go out here and we'll pull 3 right quick. We're going to do this pretty suddenly, then because we got to bring them back again. And while I'm out there picking those, Mr. Michelle will sing for you. Kids, you guys are left here, listen to me. Just relax. I'm the kid, when I was at your point, I'm the kid who bought the pigs that cost $12.50 a piece. I bought 2 big, and that's what I showed. I bought my first show heifer for $50. In my world and with my kids, my camps, my livestock judging kids, or anyone I work with, you can't beat me because I won't quit. You gotta beat me to death to make me not come back. I'm coming back. You guys, I've told this young lady about her personality. This one right here, I just told her a while ago she's trying to whip her personality up and win the whole thing. Guys, you come back. You learn you need to relax a little bit. Easy. There you go. I'll go ahead and tell you. I know y'all don't have time, but I'm sorry. You're just gonna run later tonight. This young lady, you just stick like you were. Whoopa, 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 whoopa. Yeah. What I tell these kids at camp, the teenagers like this, I said, you know, it's kind of like if you got your girlfriend or you got your boyfriend, you got him here saying, hey, baby, let's go get a Big Mac and go parking. That ain't what you do. You say, hey, baby, forget the Big Mac. Nice and calm. Everything calm and easy. Guys, thank you guys very much for showing up, but I'm telling you, I believe it. You come back. Don't you be discouraged by this. You be encouraged by it. You come back, get better, learn, watch something, learn something. Come back and get there, okay? All right, let's go. I'm proud of the people that come back and try showmanship. You're the people I can make All-Americans out of. The people that come back and try. You will make All-Americans. Not because you're good yet, but because you can get there. You come in, you're going to walk in here just like we did in the show. Walk in here, head into the rail, 4 feet off the rail. Tell them about to come in, please, sir. You're pretty successful. You're going to a brand new pair of Wranglers. I ain't had a new pair of Wranglers in 3 years. You know, you have showmanship cattle, and you have cattle aren't showmanship cattle. Having to show old paint right there, it'd be kind of like taking me and having to take me to the All-American Ball, the dance and all that kind of stuff where pretty people were. That probably just wouldn't work very dadgum good. They have these cattle that are broke to show that are made for it. But that's not the point. I admire those that come and try. Again, whether you've been pulled or not, that isn't the point. It's the point today because you're competing and trying to win. But sincerely, I had several All-Americans in livestock judging, and the way I picked them wasn't to see how well they did in high school in their judging. I looked at their eyes and looked at the back of their head, and I saw their attitude that was inside there. If I find one that's got the attitude like these ladies do, if I can't teach you how to judge in 2 years, and I can't teach and you can't learn. Because the attitude is what it's about. Getting that attitude to go out there and do the thing right. This cow drug up was horrible, wasn't it? You see any quit in that girl right there? Any quit at all? You see anything about her body that says quit? Huh? Do you see anything about her? No! Wasn't no quitting her anywhere. She could be an All-American. Guys, all of you got it. Just go use it. Go do it. Thank you, guys.
Good job, Madison.
You guys be dismissed first. That's sunny. That's a sunny beach right there, I guarantee you. We're going to line up the same way, kid, just like we did in the first one. Wait till she comes, the third one comes out. So did it take 4 in that class? Took 4 in that class? Okay. There's so many things I want to tell these kids that's so small. Ladies, for instance, if you wanted to put up pictures at home on the wall, would you just put them up, hair them, scare them, or put them in no kind of organized manner? You'd put them up in some way that balances, right? Everyone wants to balance their calf, but they don't want to balance their bodies. I don't understand that. I swear. Balance your body too. Well, guys, I know they want me to hurry up because of the steer show, but y'all probably got some of the show, but I appreciate you coming back for Showmanship. I think that shows the heart and the style of what we have in the kids that we do. We're going to place them, pull them over, and again, kids, don't get too hung up on where you are because it could be something different the next day when we get there. As a matter of fact, while I'm standing here talking, things are changing while I'm working with you. We're going to be in, there's place 3, right? 3, someone coach me here. 5, 3, 1, 4, 3. Place 3. Okay. In 3rd will be this young lady right here. I'm not going to talk these because if we have mamas and daddies and intermediates and juniors, they're going to pick up right on the things I'm going to say. This is a test. By the way, do not be helping the kids from outside the ring because this is a test. Treat it that way. You can help them when the kids are showing their cattle, but just as showmanship. In 2nd, it's going to be young lady right there. And winning showmanship. And guys, it's not because they're girls, because I won the national, or I didn't win it. My judging team won the National Western Stock Show one time with 4 girls and a black kid. I don't care whether you're boys or girls. I want to know who's going to score. So boys, you didn't get beat because they were the girls. You got beat because you didn't do as good a job as they did. Our first place winner is going to be right here with the nervous cow. She's a hand. By the way, there is a right way and a wrong way to turn them. Thank you. That's it. We're going to go back and do intermediates now. Good job, you guys out here. You made the cut. That's pretty dadgum good. There are 20 to start out with. It will wind up being, what, 8? That's good.
That sounds great. Good to see y'all.
For your intermediate showmanship, Class 1, Madison Stokes, Haley Mixon, Jackson Oaks, Carly Shinfield, Zive Stein, Kendall Akins, Gracie Lou Hurst, and Brentley West.
quite often the intermediate group is better than the senior group because they're still trying to keep it fresh. In this case, it hasn't been the case so far today. Senior group was pretty nice. Those top 3 or 4 that you saw, keep an idea of what they do. But you guys that come back out here, that's great. That's what you do. You keep coming back. The best stories I can tell you would be about, like the one about my son where he gets beat with his sheep all night long. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. He says, "No, Pop." I said, "Let's go home." He said, "No, Pop. That guy's going to look at me one more time." We go back to showmanship, and he wins showmanship. Kid's tougher than I am. You guys, quite often that's a fact. You'll stay tougher than Mom and Dad will. You'll stay tougher than Grandma and Grandpa will. You just toughen up and stay there because you'll get good enough to be on this side and even win it because you're not that far away. You just need to know some things because you can't know where to do something you don't know, then you come back from someplace you ain't never been. Does that make any sense? Okay, thank you. You guys can be dismissed. These are the ones that will be coming back. All of you can leave the ring. These are the ones that are coming back. All of you can be excused from the ring. Okay. Put your cattle up there.
Yeah. Because I was over at that camera and I needed to get a hold of Joe. Will you tell me the guy was stuck there?
Class 2, Intermediate Showmanship, Lily Myers, Raylan Charolais, Kylie Criswell, Gracie Cruz, Brianna Mixon, Madison Carter, Madison Keller, and Isabel Oaks.
My wife says I can't help it, I'm a teacher. You don't want to line them up in a line. I don't want anyone to move or change anything, but does that look like a line to y'all where you're standing? Don't move, don't change anything. But when they say put them in a line, that doesn't mean a circle or a snake line. Come on, guys. Perfection is our goal, excellence is our destination. Never went to bat a time in my life I didn't plan on getting a hit or ever shoot a free throw I didn't plan on making. take your cowbell on that side. Pull forward, everybody pull forward. And lean left, lean left. Folks, I want to tell you something. Stay right there. This young lady right here just works at it nice and calm and getting along a whole bunch better than she did even in class. She's improved just today. These two right here, these cattle are not showmanship cattle. But again, they came out here, they hung with it. They knew that they were crazy things when they brought them out here. They didn't expect a miracle. They didn't think those cows were going to get smart. Shut up, cow. They didn't think those cows were going to get smart and away from the barn up here. They didn't think that. They thought, well, I can't win it if I ain't in it. The only way you can win it is if you're in it. By God, they came and got in it. They're my kind. I guarantee you I'd haul you all over the world, okay? You three are excused. Thank you very much. just in case you ever send any kids to my camp, right here is where I take off my cap, throw it on the ground, and yell real, real loud. Ah! In showing cattle to do it right, we don't do anything illogical. You put your body where if that cow takes off, you can grab it and suck her up. There's a place you want your body so you can best handle that. There's a place you want your body to stay out of the way and to get in the way when you want to. There's a right way to turn your calf, left or right, and which way you're going to go out of the same hole or come back in. Lots of things that are just right. We're going to place you guys right now, and I can tell you body position is something that there's probably not anyone out here that I think has it exactly right. The young lady over here is really close. The one that's got the Brangus appearing heifer is really, really close to having her body just about where we want it to have it. If you girls want to have your calves with a straight top line, why would you stand like that? Does that make any sense? Makes no sense. Doesn't me either. So stand up. And when you enter that ring, you enter the ring like you're the king of the valley. Walk in there like you're somebody and look like you're somebody. Don't be dragging. Don't be down here like this. Have your psych up here and be ready to go. You go ahead and come over. You're going to be third. And she made a big mistake. But everyone made mistakes. Guys, if you try, you're going to make some mistakes. The only way you don't make a mistake in showmanship is don't get in it. And that's the biggest mistake there is. The only way you don't make something, the only way you keep from making mistakes is don't do anything. And that's the greatest mistake there is. At my place, you can make an aggressive mistake and coach is not going to get very upset. But if you make a mistake from sitting on your butt, I'm madder than thunder. You don't make a mistake from not doing anything, you're going to be second. And the young lady I think just outright wins it, the young lady over here at the Baldy, you'll be first. And by the way, I would change your body quite a bit too where you are, but you came the closest. Guys, you others out here, things happen to this heifer acting nuts. You turn the wrong way. Get her up. You listen one time. By the way, I told this young lady something, and she fixed it immediately when I came back the next time. The next time I looked back, she unfixed it. But that's habits, you know. When you're like shooting right-handed, it's easy, but me shooting left-handed, not. So I got to tell myself to do that stuff. Guys, thanks a lot for coming out. That's first, second, third in that order. Thank you guys very much.
Sal for junior showmanship. Wyatt Oak. Zachary Gibbons. Madeline Nichols. Riley Leonard. Hoyt Keller, and Adeline Compton.
I know who you are. What's your name? What's your name? One of the other times I was in Florida judging a jackpot show, and what I do, I don't like asking questions for showmanship. I think it's a sign of someone that doesn't have faith in themselves in judging showmanship. But I will ask questions to the kids that are guy goofy or make conversation to distract them, so they'll find out whether they're going to comb their calves or not. So we kind of trick along that deal. I got one answer down here in Florida one time that I thought the best answer I ever got for a little kid. Now I better not tell that. But anyhow, they told me exactly how they knew a boy cow from a girl cow and described the makeup of the boy cow. Exactly. In layman's terms, they did it. Okay, going to do this a little bit backwards than what we've done before. I think we have a showmanship winner, and that's that young lady right there. She's first. I tried to look back and make sure. She's the only one that combed after I went by there. I tried to watch to see if that was the case. Where are you going now? But just like this, she circled out of the ring a while ago when she shouldn't have. When you get in the line, stay in the line. I judged San Antonio one year. There was 500 heifers, and if everyone circles out like that, we can never, ever get them placed. Second, could be a young lady with a Hereford. Now, I got in a lot of trouble a while ago for her just thinking I placed her second. I placed her first, but I got in trouble anyhow, didn't I? Okay. Now we've got to pick one more, and it's kind of like picking the last in the sale lineup. And I think that third place in showmanship, I know you other kids, again, you guys, you always show up. Always, always, always show up. Show back up in showmanship. Look at what this kid's having to put up with. And this bull acted that way this morning. He's hung right here and done a good job. But my third place is going to be a kid we call Showboat, right down there. He says his name is Wyatt, but he does everything. He does everything that a showboat does. He blows in their face. He turns loose the halter. He does all that crap that I will break your neck for in my place. But anyhow, so just show them, don't showboat. So Showboat, you're going to be third, though, okay? Okay, very good. You guys, thank y'all for coming out. Wait just a minute, by golly. I'll tell you what, here's what we're going to do. You three out here. Are there mamas here, daddy? Okay. The first week is already full, but they have a $50 gift certificate to be a champ camp if they can come up there. Don't lie, if they can make it.